backtrack. And you should have kept my name out your mouth. That's ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you could talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Monday? First things first. Yes, my hair is like a little half baked. Okay, so it looks a little crazy right now because it is still like kind of wet. So I'm trying not to separate the curls yet. Otherwise, it's gonna be for the next until wash day. It's just gonna be not. It's gonna be not. You know, the tea, not the serve. It's gonna be taking, not giving. If you know what I mean. Okay, so just bear with that for the first part of this live. Okay. And then that's obviously the most important order of business. Okay, second order of business. Oh, girl, hold on. Is I got wind of this story actually from Rabbit. I was watching down the rabbit hole news literally this morning, trying to do my makeup, trying to wash my hair, trying to do the things I need to do. And a rabbit from down the rabbit hole news, she had already made a whole video on this, making me aware it exists. So, couple disclaimers I want to say. How I did my hair, it's literally sponge rollers for like 97 cents from the Walmart. I don't know where my little bag is. This or whatever. I mean, I got these from Amazon, but like I say from the Walmart, like these. Okay, so anyway, so there has been a lawsuit filed, and what we're going to do today is we're going to go over the lawsuit. It's 42 pages long. Now, a lot of this stuff kind of bubbles up from the Quiet on Set. Put a QOS in the chat if you remember Quiet on Set, Dan Schneider documentary, whatever. It was really about Nickelodeon in general, but they were really focusing on Dan and a few other people. So Drake Bell, if you'll remember, Drake Bell was in the documentary, and then he had his own allegations of certain sorts, of child activities or activities which had something to do with a minor. And I'm just talking about it very vaguely right now because, first of all, I don't really even specifically remember what the allegations about Drake Bell were, but also I started to realize just reading this Alexa NIKOLAS lawsuit that it might have actually been not exactly accurately reported on in the beginning to begin with. So I don't even know if what I remember is like actually real. For example, we're going to get into this in the lawsuit, but I'm just giving y'all some, what's the word I'm looking for? Context. Hold on. Just need that out of my face, girl. Okay. Okay. QoS is Quiet on Set. So no, Alexa, to my knowledge, she's not live right now. She has gone live in the last 2 days though. She has 2 lives up. So one of the people on the Quiet on Set documentary featured in it was a now woman, but formerly a child star by the name of Alexa NIKOLAS. Sorry, I need to cover up y'all's. I need to cover up y'all's comments because I'm getting distracted, and I just want to do this disclaimer and get into the lawsuit first. So Alexa NIKOLAS, she was in a show on Nickelodeon when she was a kid. The show was called Zoe 101. This was the one with Britney Spears' little sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, as the main character or whatever. And then one of the like roommates or whatever was this other child star who was acted by an actress by the name of Alexa NIKOLAS. So then, decades go by or whatever, and then there's this documentary, Quiet on Set, or this docu-series. Now, there's already some drama going on with that docu-series. Like, there's already lawsuits that have been initiated based on it from Dan Schneider and others. Maybe it was just him and his production company. But importantly, in this documentary, Alexa makes allegations of things that had happened to her as a child star. Drake Bell, another former child star who is now an adult, he made allegations of things that happened to him. Actually, he was abused so badly by one of these, basically predators on the set that there was actually a lawsuit about it. Drake won. It was like a super traumatic experience for him. people like showed up and just filled the courtroom to show up for the, the abusers. And it was very traumatic. Well, fast forward some years and Drake himself got caught up with some, type of something with a minor. Now, importantly, it was falsely reported by the New York Times. And I didn't know it was false at the time. None of us could have known it was false at the time, but it has now since been corrected that Drake was required to register as an SEX offender on the SEX offender registry. But come to find out that wasn't true. So the New York Times did come back around years later and correct that statement. Now, does that really matter? I mean, I think it's up to you. It's up to, each individual person to decide in their opinion, does it matter or not? Does it matter that he didn't have to register? Is that really that material? I mean, you tell me. I don't know. Is he still convicted or found? I don't think it was criminal. It might have been civil. Again, I don't even want to speak about too much of the Drake lawsuit because I didn't research it. I just kind of heard about it from this way and that way. Through, all this stuff, through the Quiet on Set documentary, and then through these subsequent kind of like YouTube videos. So we're going to get into that lawsuit. Okay. And shout out to Rabbit in the chat. Again, she is the one. Y'all go follow Rabbit down the Rabbit Hole News because she is the one who alerted me to the fact that this even happened. And it wasn't even privately. It was like her public video. And I just watched it, this morning. Now, I did not have a chance to finish it because I got maybe like 3/4 of the way through. And I was like, okay, I got to start reading the lawsuit myself and getting other stuff together for my live. I originally was going to go live at 1, but then I was like, let me just get it done earlier. Okay, so I do also want to say too, I'm going to talk more about this as we go. I do just want to do the little, disclaimer and get off to the races moment. But I do want to say, like, I actually kind of like avoided talking about this case or this situation for a few reasons until now. So one of the reasons I avoided talking about this is that it was very much, she said, or she said, he said, she said, whatever, it's one person's word against other person's word. And I just, frankly, I wasn't there. Okay. Now, Alexa is the person suing in this lawsuit. She's the one suing. And who is she suing? She is suing a woman by the name of Kat, or maybe it's Catherine. We will see, the full name or whatever in this public court filing. And what is this? The United States, it's federal court filing. So let me I'll show it to y'all too, just so you can see the front page of it. And this is the purpose of today's video. It's going to be reading this lawsuit. So the reason that one reason that I had originally avoided talking about this lawsuit is because I kind of have like a personal I don't know. What would you even call it? Like, I don't want to say any words that make it sound like we have like a real close relationship or something, but like, I'll just say this. I have met or come across all of the parties to this lawsuit through being a YouTuber, basically. Specifically the Free Britney movement. I met Alexa and NIKOLAS. Now, I don't know if I must have met her in real life, like maybe at a Britney rally or something. Now, it is escaping me, like that exact interaction. So we may have met, we may have not in person, but I definitely did have her on my channel. Okay, so she's the plaintiff here. That being said, like, and this really never happens where I like have some type of personal knowledge of like the two sides in a case, and it's a public interest thing. But the defendant, Kat Tenbarge, I have also met. And, some people who I'm friendly with, for example, like, and this is all public information. I'm not spilling any private tea over here. Okay. But some people who, don't get along with Kat Tenbarge are also my friends, like, Andy Popcorn Planet. He's been on my channel before. He's a friend of the channel. Andy also, I've never met him in person, but we're friendly. I would consider him to be my friend. We have known each other for maybe 4 years, 5 years, and I understand not everybody likes him, and that's fine. Kat Tenbarge apparently don't like him. So, there's kind of like these, sort of tangential, like social relations that have, like, if I'm going to talk about a story, it's going to need to be something more than he said, she said by two people I've met before. Now there were some things that were not he said, she said. Okay. There were some things that were just, there seemed to be evidentiary proof for. For example, sorry, I was looking at the comments again. So for example, like, okay, so for example, a big part of this case, and you're going to see it when we read it, comes down to whether or not documents in that Drake Bell case were public or if they were sealed. Now, come to find out, all those documents are public documents except one. There's one sealed document. Now, that's according to Alexa's lawsuit. I did not independently verify any of this. I cannot vouch to say everything that Alexa says in the lawsuit is true because I simply, truly don't know. But then Kat, and if you know anything about this kind of like world or these people or this niche, Kat Tenbarge is and has been publicly like best friends with another YouTuber and content creator streamer named Adam McIntyre. Adam is much younger than me. Shout out to the youths. I'm 35. I just turned 35 4 days ago. He might be about 20, I don't know, 2. So like, much younger. I don't know how old Kat Tenbarge is. I don't really think it matters, but I had occasion also to meet through the Free Britney movement and at a Free Britney rally, Adam McIntyre. Now, he was friendly to me. Kat Tenbarge was friendly to me. Alexa has been friendly to me. So I just want to lay out the disclaimer here that like, even more so than usual, I don't like really want to take a personal, stake or position until or unless I see evidence. Now, somebody can be my friend all day long. And I'm not saying that like these people are necessarily my friends. Like, I would say, especially Kat, Tenbarge, and Adam, I would say are, acquaintances. I met them, once, maybe twice. I don't know. Maybe I met Kat Tenbarge more than once, but in my memory, it was like once, twice I met them. It was that 2021 Free Britney rally that like a lot of people came in from all over to go to. And Alexa, again, I would consider myself to be a little bit more acquainted with her. I would say we're like more closer, a little bit more like the friends, but like we've never hung out to my knowledge. Again, like maybe I met her one time and I'm just blanking on it. But we're not like besties. We don't talk on the phone. Like we're not, it's not like that. But I'm just giving y'all the full disclosure, not because I have to or because I did something wrong, but just so that it's like the appearance of transparency. None of this stuff I'm telling y'all is a secret. It's all public information. I think we all posted pictures together back in 2021 from that one rally. We haven't hung out again. Okay. So here's the document. Yeah, and Melanie was on it too, Bubblegum Bite, yeah. I don't know if she's friends with Chloe or not, but she don't even work for NBC anymore, so I don't know. Okay, so also, one final thing that I wanted to mention as well, apparently there have also been now, of course, commentary videos that have been being made as well on this stuff by other YouTubers. I think Adam might have made one, stuff like that. So I'm not really going to be going into the commentary of the whole thing today because but I do want to bring it up to y'all to again, thank you, Alicia, again, to just let y'all know in the interest of transparency, I do not want anyone to think I'm hiding the ball in this reading that I'm about to do. I do not want anybody to feel tricked or lied to. Not that I am tricking you or lying to you, but I just want to go over and above and beyond to just kind of like put it all out. So, hold on. This is what happens when I'm looking at y'all's live chats. Okay, so, okay. So I do want to just let you know, Adam McIntyre, he is not He's not a party. That's what I was looking for. He's not a party to this lawsuit. However, he is mentioned a lot. And let me just show y'all what these folks look like real quick, just so in case you don't know it all. This is going to be huge, I think, across YouTube. Ethan Klein has been tweeting about it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him talk about it today. That's H3H3. Me and Ethan Klein are not friendly. We're not friends. We're not friendly, either. But like I don't have any relationship with him like that. Like I've never spoken to him. He's never reached out to me. Like we've never had any contact to my memory at all. So Ethan Klein, he's been tweeting about this. He's been Instagram storying about this all weekend or over the weekend. So let me just shoot, hold on. Let me just show y'all. This is Alexa, in case you didn't know. And this is her. She's now come back to YouTube. This is a video she made. You see, I'm only 16 minutes in, so I haven't even finished watching it. I sued Tenbarge and what actually happened with Drake Bell 2 days ago. Okay. So that's her right there. I'm really liking her new background. I like it a lot. So let me show y'all who else we're looking for is Adam McIntyre, just so y'all can have like a visual. I find it to be easier sometimes. Oh man, Legal Mindset is live right now about this too. Look. Fake journo. They have a arrow. Alexa NIKOLAS lawsuit destroys fake news journalists. That is crazy. He's live too. Oh, I spelled McIntyre here wrong. Okay, so here's Adam McIntyre. He actually did also just go live about James Charles. He covers like gossipy stuff. But look, a day ago, Alexa NIKOLAS is suing. Ethan Klein is helping. So I do want to just let y'all know, people have started to make the commentary videos. There's a lot of commentary out here I'm not going to be able to address in this video. Okay. So just so you're aware, this one right here, this is Adam McIntyre. And these are all the people that really we need to know about. Like, or that's her right there. That's Kat. She's the one getting sued. Tenbarge. Again, I've met these people and they were nice to me. So this isn't going to be one of those videos where I'm going to be like, wow, damn, they're the worst. I hate them. Because I've told y'all before, and this is just the truth. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not, because I don't work for you and y'all can handle your stuff how you want to handle it. Once I've met people in real life, it takes it from being like the subject of a story to like someone I met in real life. And then I have to make different personal calculations. That being said, I am hoping that I can have the liberty to give my opinion based on my understanding of the law. Nothing I say in this video is legal advice. Please do not contact anybody mentioned in this video on any side at all for any reason. I don't want you to go and show support. I don't want you to go and say, I love you so much. I hate you so much. None of it. Do not leave this video and go leave comments because of something I said over here. Okay. To anybody. All right. This is a very important lawsuit to talk about. I just have to talk about it because I am in this space as a YouTuber who faces defamation allegations all the time for my honest reporting. So I have a lot of interests here. So I know it kind of sounds like I'm beating a dead horse and repeating myself. I'm sure it does. But I just want to be very clear. This is a kind of different sort of coverage as, from my usual because of my personal, it's not even personal history. Like history sounds like such a, like we're friends and we work together or something. Like we didn't. I haven't like collaborated like with Adam or Kat or anything like that. But again, we've been on the same side of issues before, like Free Britney and stuff. So I just wanted to be very, very, very transparent. Thank you. Okay. Now, all that being said, hopefully now I can kind of like, move toward like saying my actual opinions and nobody's feelings are going to get hurt. Thrift the Runway. I used to think that too, girl. Thrift the Runway. I love that channel name. I'm about to go over there after this video. You can have defamation insurance. FYI, PS, I'm a fan. Thank you so much for that comment. And there is defamation insurance, but most of the time, once the defamation insurance finds out like you're a YouTuber, they don't cover it. Like CoffeeZilla had defamation insurance, but then once they realized that he like is a YouTuber, they wouldn't cover him and they wouldn't cover the lawsuit. So a lot of people are paying for defamation insurance that is not going to cover their lawsuit. I wish you could. I wish there was an organization that would insure it, but I'm sure it'd just be so expensive because anybody can sue anybody for anything. But there is, yes, if you're like a average person, like a non broadcaster, like you don't have a YouTube channel, you don't like put your opinions about things out there publicly, you can get defamation insurance just in case somebody ever sues you for defamation. You can get one if you're a YouTuber too, but a lot of times they won't actually cover it. It does suck. It does suck. Simone Redwine says it all the time, and she might have it. She might have the defamation insurance, and if she gets sued for defamation, I'm prayers up that her defamation insurance covers it. I'm rooting for everybody out here, getting sued for defamation in a little bit of a way. So that also puts me in a little bit of a unique position with this case, because I would say I'm a little closer. If you had to quantify, I'm a little bit closer of like more like a friend with Alexa. However, I'm not going to be arfing like a seal over somebody suing somebody for defamation generally, because I have been abused with litigation, malicious litigation and fake false lies in court and stuff like that. So I am a little bit sensitive to that. You can add it to your homeowners. Yes. Brandon says it seems like drama from unimportant people, but it's important. In the legalities, if it's just watching a video and it was like the most Oscar-worthy drama, but I'm just waking up and groggy. And it's like, yeah, a lot of times we be losing our rights to free speech because it's happening to somebody else. It's happening to a drama, gossip channel, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing I do want to say is, like, even though I didn't previously like cover this case really, and the lawsuit was just filed like 2 days ago, maybe Friday. But I did kind of look a little bit into it on my own free time and personal time. And one thing that I did find to be inconsistent was the allegation that Alexa had shared private or sealed court documents. So basically Kat Tenbarge, so these two right here, Kat and Adam, so these two right here, they had repeatedly claimed, adamantly asserted, like confidently, that Alexa had shared sealed court documents. And Alexa posted proof, seemingly to my memory, she posted proof that these documents were never sealed. Never sealed. Not even were they sealed and then unsealed, but they just weren't sealed. Now, could you maybe take issue with the fact that she shared public court documents because they dealt with a minor? Sure. You can have moral issue with it. You could take moral issue with it. Do you think she should have posted the legal documents or not? That's up to you to decide. But importantly, Alexa claims that when she received the public documents, that the victim's information, her name, for example, was already redacted. She didn't even get it with the name in it. So when she shared what she shared, it was already redacted. So that's a very far cry from unredacted, public, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? One side of things, this is before the lawsuit dropped. One side, which is this side right here, these two, they were saying Alexa shared sealed court documents. They were sealed, they said. They were sealed, they were private, and what Alexa shared was not redacted. They were just giving out victim names. It was horrifying. It was just exposing this young person and their name, and these were sealed. We don't even know how she got them. These were sealed. This is horrible. She should face getting criminal charges. Like, they were very assertive. They were very, very convincing. These were sealed. So it kind of made me not want to talk about it. But then when Alexa, and again in this lawsuit, and y'all can take it for, your own opinion and decide for yourself. She said these are public documents. She talks about how she got them. She talks about how they were redacted. So that's not the same thing. And again, I can take away my personal feelings for all these people to just say Those two sides of the story don't add up. Now, I wasn't there and I really don't know. That's why we're going to read the public document. Adam says, I side-eye Alexa in general, so I'm going to need more information before I form an opinion. And I think that's great. I think everybody should need more information before they form an opinion, because none of us were there. And if you were, I mean, I guess maybe you could be called as a witness. The documents were about Drake Bell's court case, and we are going to get into it. I'm just giving y'all the overview. 30 minutes. We're 30 minutes in. But I did kind of just want to talk about different things too. That's why I did this as a live instead of a pre-recorded video. So without further ado, let me pull up the lawsuit and we will get started. Okay. Yeah, no. And y'all, I mean, y'all are free to have your feelings and opinions on any and every party in this case, which includes Alexa and Kat Tenbarge. I think that they have, both done things that would make people like them. I think they both done things that would make people not like them, as have I. As have I. So I'm not trying to even say somebody's credible, somebody's not, somebody's more prone to be lying, somebody's not. And I really am just trying to go straight down the middle and be like decent with my coverage of this, because these people really have all been friendly with me. So I'm going to go good faith. Legal Mindset, DJ Saul said, doesn't trust Kat Tenbarge. Okay, interesting. Right, interesting. Okay, so here's the lawsuit. Plaintiff Alexa NIKOLAS complaint for defamation. So far, the first complaint, all she's suing for is defamation. We're not talking about, emotional distress claims. We're not talking about intentional infliction of, any of that. We're not talking about harassing, stalking. It's just a simple defamation lawsuit. I mean, I don't know how simple it is, but you do see a lot of this stuff, a lot of these lawsuits where, people just try to throw the whole book at somebody. And it's like, girl, you're never going to win that. And it makes you look kind of silly and childish, like you're just trying to abuse the system. And she's just suing for defamation. So what is defamation? What is defamation at the federal level? It is when somebody makes a false statement, either written, spoken, however disseminated, a false statement, and they say it as if it's true about, someone else. And that false statement has a tendency to harm the reputation of the person about which the statement was spoken. Okay, so you got to say something false, first of all. You got to say it like it's a fact. You can't just say, oh, I think, or I thought, or I believe. You got to say something false as if it is a fact, and then that false thing has to harm somebody. Okay, that's what qualifies as defamation. Now, this is a 42-page lawsuit, and before we really get into even the introduction, this page 1 right here, they got a screenshot. It's given Tyrone Blackburn. Now, also, the lawyer on this case is a YouTube lawyer. He not that he works for YouTube. He does YouTube law. He's represented H3. He's represented other YouTubers, and now he's representing Alexa. His name's Ram something. I don't want to say his name wrong. Ram is his first name, but we'll get to his name at the end because he signs it. Okay, so this is a tweet. It's the first thing you see, right? So imagine you're the judge, first thing you flip to is this. It's a Kat Tenbarge tweet from like almost 3 years ago, 2022, 12/22/22. Kat says, and at this time, I believe she was working for NBC. She perhaps was working for Hollywood Reporter, one of those things. But I think this is at the time she was working for NBC. She did work for NBC. She no longer works for NBC. She says, if you worked for a reputable news outlet and tweeted something blatantly false, impossibly false, you would get disciplined, if not fired. Who is disciplining these bloggers? The legal system hasn't caught up to them yet, and they're causing real harm. So, notwithstanding everything I already said about Kat, again, she's been nice to me, all that, all that. I remember reading this tweet when she tweeted it. And I remember being like, this is a little freaking catty. Because remember, she's bestianas with Adam McIntyre, who is a gossip YouTuber, to put it respectfully. Okay. Not everybody with a YouTube channel is out here doing exactly the same thing as everybody else with a YouTube channel, and I'll leave it at that. Okay. But Kat Tenbarge has at least a half a decade. It's 11/11 Make a Wish. At least a half a decade public relationship with Adam McIntyre. She goes to visit him. He comes to visit her. They do things together. And he's kind of like the face of this style of YouTubing, which is kind of like tea, drama, pop culture, guerrilla journalism, getting yourself involved in stories, he's really, probably one of the best at what he does in this specific niche category. But it's a really far cry what Adam is doing from a reputable news outlet. He ain't NBC, and he would say, I'm assuming he would say that himself. We get the freedom, me included, we get the freedom on YouTube to not be held to the same standard as New York Times and NBC, because we're not going out of our way to act like we New York Times or NBC. So when she tweeted this, I was like, let's calm down, girl. Let's not get too big for our britches out here. Let's not get too big for our britches out here, girl, because you just got hired at NBC not too long ago. And it's now in 2025, even questionable whether that is a reputable news source. Okay. Chloe Maylos works there. All right. So anywhere that would hire her is suspicious to me, in my opinion. But I just, frankly, with all due respect, found this tweet to be a bit bitchy, just a bit bitchy and hypocritical, because first of all, she fucked around and found out, excuse my language, because it wasn't too long after this, by now, sitting here today, she done been fired, all right, from NBC. So she ain't working for a reputable news source anymore. Who is disciplining these bloggers? The legal system hasn't caught up to them yet, and they are causing real harm. Also, she's just legally, she's not a lawyer. She didn't go to law school or anything like that, to my knowledge. So maybe she just don't know. But the legal system has caught up to the bloggers. And you know how the legal system caught up to it? Defamation lawsuits. Bloggers get sued for defamation, and sometimes they lose if you can prove that they defamed. Megan Pete is suing Milagro Cooper. There's all kind of defamation law. I personally have been sued for defamation. I win. Every time I'm sued, I win by the same clan. Every time. Just now, I'm happy to report, last week, another person tried to get a restraining order against me. Full of lies, full of phony bullshit, and it got dismissed. Okay. But the legal system has absolutely caught up to the bloggers, girl. They out here. They suing us. All right. Which now, welcome to the ranks, baby girl. Now you know how the legal system has caught up. Sometimes it's best to just backspace the tweet before you send it. And this was one of the few things where I was kind of like, cat girl, chill the out, girl. Because just because you work at NBC don't make you better than anybody, first of all. Second of all, NBC is very not credible. Chloe Maylos works there. So let's not get carried away, girl. Let's not get too big for our britches. But, she threw around and found out because she got fired. Now, a lot of people are saying she got fired because of this Alexa NIKOLAS thing. Like this lawsuit we're reading. Like, remember, this is the first page of a lawsuit, second page of a lawsuit. A lot of people, even people in this live chat have said she got fired from NBC because of this reporting that she did on Alexa, which we're going to get into. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not asserting that. I'm not even saying I necessarily think that. I don't know why this girl got fired from NBC, because when she got fired, look, it was 40 people got fired. February, earlier this year. So she worked for NBC for like a couple years, few years. She tweeted this earlier this year, almost 2 weeks ago. I found out I was one of 40 people getting laid off from NBC News. Those who know me know I've wanted to go independent for a long time. Wait, hold on. Well, who's disciplining you then, girl? See, you got to be careful what you freaking say, y'all. Because sometimes some, highfalutin lawyer might put you on the first page of a lawsuit contradicting yourself, and now what? But she did get fired. But importantly, she doesn't say why she got fired here. Those who know me know I've wanted to go independent for a long time. She said in February, later this month, I'm launching Spitfire News. We need journalism that is louder than ever. And she's doing news about internet, culture, politics, and media. Catherine is her name. Okay, so 36 minutes in, we'll finally get started on reading the lawsuit. Make sure you didn't get unsubscribed, y'all. You know, sometimes that happens. Here's the introduction. It says, this lawsuit is about a propagandist masquerading as a journalist. Now, just to remind you, the person who is getting sued and the only party named as a defendant. Monica, can you hold on? Shout out to Monica in the chat too. Shout out to the mods in the chat. I haven't been to Spitfire News, no. I don't know. Sometimes I read these comments and I'm like, girl, Shout out to Monica in the chat. I did see that you had texted me something earlier. I'm gonna have to go check it later, girl. Okay. So remember, y'all, the person getting sued is the lady that worked for NBC. She doesn't anymore, but she did. This lawsuit, they say, is about a propagandist masquerading as a journalist. Defendant Tenbarge defamed plaintiff Alexa NIKOLAS. Tenbarge falsely stated that Alexa publicly disclosed sealed court documents and police records to attack an underage victim, claiming sexual abuse. Okay, so what was the false claim alleged? Again, y'all, I'm just reading a lawsuit. I do not know. Okay, I didn't even follow this that closely when it was happening, and I really never covered it. So I'm just reading a lawsuit. Okay, don't shoot the messenger. There's a public federal court filing. But this is like the crux of it right here. The false assertion that Alexa, quote, publicly disclosed sealed court documents and police records to attack an underage victim that was claiming sexual abuse. The lawyers, though, say none of this was true. The court documents and police records were public. And that's one thing y'all got to get through your minds. Public records are public. Whether you like it, whether you think people should share it, whether you want them to share it, public records are public. So you will see there were ways that these documents could have been private, could have been sealed, but nobody with the right to seal them actually made the move to do it. So they're public. Alexa also did not, they say, and they say, she's a well-known advocate for survivors of abuse and assault. She did not attack this victim. Rather, she reviewed court documents and police records, which brought the public narrative surrounding claims of the underage victim into doubt. So they're saying she didn't attack anybody. She just read public documents, which as a result of her reading these public documents, according to the lawsuit, they're saying that brought the claims of the underage victim into doubt. Now, just to clarify, to my understanding, Drake Bell was found guilty of something or pled liable or whatever. I mean, like there was some type of resolution where they did find that he did do something wrong. But like, was it, necessarily exactly what was reported publicly and stuff like that? It becomes up to, it starts to get into question. The next paragraph of the introduction says, to advance this false narrative and obtain negative information on Alexa at all costs, Tenbarge facilitated Alexa's stalker's violation of a restraining order that was issued against him. Further, Tenbarge relied on anonymous and other clearly biased sources to advance her false narrative about Alexa. When Alexa provided Tenbarge with information demonstrating that the court documents were public, Tenbarge ignored that information. This lawsuit is to hold Tenbarge accountable for intentionally and knowingly prioritizing the dissemination of false narratives over the truth to advance her public standing. So then they get into the parties. Alexa is a former actress turned activist. She's the founder of Eat Predators, an organization that advocates for victims of S abuse and S assault with a focus on ending predatory behavior in the entertainment industry. Her advocacy is rooted in her own experience as a survivor. Throughout her career as an actress, Alexa was subjected to sexual abuse and harassment, both on and off set, including as a minor on the Nickelodeon TV show Zoe 101. Due to Alexa's experience as a Nickelodeon child actress and her advocacy for survivors, Alexa was asked to play a prominent role in the Quiet on Set documentary series. The multi-part documentary conducted a deep dive into Nickelodeon's culture of child abuse under the reign of Dan Schneider. Tenbarge so that's who Alexa Nikolas is. And she was in the Quiet on Set documentary. She played a prominent role. Then they get into this is the parties to the lawsuit. And there's only two. So Adam isn't listed in here. H3, Ethan Klein isn't listed in here. This is the only parties are Alexa Nikolas and Tenbarge as of now. She self-identifies as a technology and culture reporter. Previously, she worked for publications such as Business Insider and NBC News. Tenbarge reporting primarily focused on sexual misconduct in the entertainment industry with a particular focus on online content creators. So that's what Kat's reporting, according to this lawsuit, has primarily focused on. And this is just one side of the story. Tenbarge is going to have the opportunity through a lawyer, or I guess herself, to file her own filing and to say her side of the story. So we'll have to wait and see what she's going to say. But this is Alexa's perspective. After being fired from NBC News, Tenbarge created a blog called Spitfire News. Then they get into the jurisdiction. I'll skip that section. All right, so now we're in the facts section, and this is going to first thing they're going to talk about in the facts section is like a slight sort of recap, catching up, getting you up to speed on this case because it's going to be important. Remember those documents? Are they sealed? Are they public? Did she share a sealed document? That these documents would have been sealed or unsealed or whatever from this case right here. What is the case? The state of Ohio versus Drake Bell, okay? And the public records related to the case. This dispute centers, okay, what does this dispute center on? Centers on Tenbarge's claim that Alexa publicly released sealed court and police records concerning former Nickelodeon star Jared Bell, aka Drake Bell. As explained below, Tenbarge's claims were categorically false because the records were public. In May 2021, the state of Ohio, so this was a few years ago. The state of Ohio brought charges against Drake Bell in a case entitled The State of Ohio versus Jared Bell. 1 month later, June 2021, he pled guilty. He pled guilty to what? Number one, attempted endangering children, pled guilty. Number two, disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. And this was kind of implied to be he sent, lewd or, inappropriate pictures to children. On July 12th, 2021, so the next month. So in May, they brought charges. In June, he pled guilty. The next month, July, the court sentenced him in this sentencing order. It was finally entered in, just 2 months later after he was charged, July. This was July 2021. The sentencing order sentenced Drake Bell to 2 years of community control/probation. Critically, the sentencing order stated, quote, offenses are not reportable per Ohio's offender registry. So, not reportable. They're not, like, he's not required to register on the registry for offenders. Now, Alexa's lawyer says the court records in this case were never sealed. They remain public. Ohio has no law that automatically seals court records for criminal cases or for cases where the victim is a minor. There is no, one more time, y'all. Ohio has no law that automatically seals court records for criminal cases or cases where the victim is a minor. There's no such law in California. In Ohio. Maybe in California, maybe in New Jersey, maybe other places. We don't know. But there is no automatically sealed because it's a criminal case, automatically sealed records because it's a minor victim. Now, they may redact the victim's names, but it says if you want to seal or expunge a court record in a criminal case, which is what this is, the defendant, that would be Drake Bell, has to apply to seal or expunge the records. A victim of a crime is not entitled to seal all judicial records. The victim must apply to redact personal identifying information from the judicial records. So you wouldn't actually see in the state of Ohio, or probably any state, where just because a victim of something is a minor, or just because somebody is even adult victim of something, that they have the right to seal a whole entire court record. Now, they do maybe have the right to apply to get their name taken out, redacted. There's some privacy interests, but it's not like, okay, well, here's the indictment. It says nothing about the victim in any way that could be identifiable other than maybe an age. Nope, whole thing got to be sealed. And this is obvious because in the United States, we do have a right to the public records of things that happen. If you want to get the government involved, which is the court, you want to get the government involved, then it has to be open for some level of transparency to the public. This is how it works here. If you don't like it, too bad, so sad. I don't know what to tell you. Leave, move. I don't know. Like, it's just how it is. This isn't like, this isn't my rule. It's just how it is because we have a very strong protection on public access, a very strong protection on public commentary, public review. But this lawsuit says the victim would have needed to apply and redact her personal identifying information from the judicial records, which she never did. The only exception of Drake Bell's is Drake Bell's sentencing memorandum. Other than that one document, neither Drake Bell nor the victim in the case have filed an application to seal or expunge or redact any of the court records from this case. So they're not sealed. Like that, this is the whole point that the lawyer is trying to make. In Ohio, and probably most states, victims of crimes don't just automatically get to have records sealed without something further. They have to show something. They have to actually ask. And in this case, I guess the victim, she didn't ask. She never asked. Even after all this, this stuff's been going on over a year. She still hasn't asked to have these sealed or to or whatever. Yeah, a lot of people, and even Rabbit did say this in her, I don't know, was it a live, was it edited, in her video about it. She was like, usually in minor cases, it's like automatically sealed. The whole case is sealed. Not so in a criminal case in Ohio. Now, of course, people can have opinions. People can go and lobby your own lawmakers in Ohio. If you don't like it, you can go say, this isn't right. Y'all can go do something over there to change it. But right now, as it stands, according to this lawsuit, the records are public and no one has done anything to make them not public. So they're public. The end. It's public. Okay, cool. Moving on. There's one exception, and that is the sentencing memorandum. Everything else is public. That's a very important aspect of this. Because again, Kat Tenbarge and Adam McIntyre, and I saw them do it, and I heard them do it, said as a fact, unequivocally, with their full chest, these were sealed court documents. It wasn't like, oh, they look sealed to me. It was like, this Alexa NIKOLAS is a freaking monster because she has somehow dug up sealed court documents about a little girl and is telling everybody her name and everybody's private information that's not public. But that's a completely different story that's being told in this lawsuit, which is they were not even sealed ever. Nobody, even especially including the victim, ever even requested to have them sealed. So why was it that Kat Tenbarge and Adam McIntyre were so confident that these were sealed records? I mean, they were saying it like real confidently. These were sealed records. They were not redacted. But then Alexa says when she got the documents, they were indeed redacted and they are indeed public. These are not reconcilable, right? These are two different stories, two completely irreconcilable versions of the story. The documents were public or they were not. So we'll see. We'll have to see how it turns out. But I'm just, pointing out they were acting real sure. It wasn't like, oh, we think it's sealed. It was like they were acting like certain. They were like, and if you share it, you're a monster too. And so it's like, all right, well, I guess they know something I don't. Okay. January 30th, 2022. The city of Cleveland, Ohio, received a public records request related to the Drake Bell case. Okay, so 2022, the beginning of 2022, like over 3 years ago, almost 4. Wait, yeah, almost 4 years ago. So the public records request stated, quote, I'm interested in the case file from the charges that pertain to Jared Bell, CR 21659324-A. In addition to these files, the case file, I'm also interested in any videos of interviews taken by Cleveland police. The very next day, the city of Cleveland granted the records request, and nearly 50 documents related to the police investigation against Drake were made available to the public. The Bell police records were voluminous and comprised of various reports, statements, interviews, correspondence, and documentary evidence. Now, I know what y'all are asking it, and Rabbit asked it on her video as well. Who made this records request? Because it didn't say Alexa. It just said January 30th, the city of Cleveland received a public records request for Drake Bell case. Specifically, the records request that I'm interested in the case file from the charges that pertain to Jared Bell, that's Drake Bell. In addition to the case file, I'm interested in any videos of interviews taken by the Cleveland police. 1 day later, the city granted the records request, sent nearly 50 documents related to the police investigation against Drake, and they were made available to the public. Which I don't know if I really like the way they say this. Like, I'm not sure I would have worded it this way because it makes it kind of ambiguous. The records were all already available to the public because all you have to do is ask for them. So they were provided in response to the records request is probably how I would word it, just because they were already public. It wasn't like that request made them public. Now, sure, maybe they're more public now that someone asked for it and maybe that person can make them more public, but I take issue with that specific terminology because they were already public. They're public records, period. Now, is the victim's name a public record? Is it like, graphic depictions or something a public record? That's different than like the full document. The full document can be redacted, but the full document, with redactions at the very least, is a public record. According to this. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't do any independent verification. We're going to have to see what Kat Tenbarge replies whenever she finally does, if she does finally respond to this. But this was only just filed a day or two ago. She does have, I think, a month to reply. So the police records were voluminous. That means there was a lot of them, and comprised of various reports, statements, interviews, correspondence, documentary evidence. So, who made this request? Well, it wasn't Alexa, but we will get to who it was momentarily. All personal identifying information about the victim was redacted. They were already redacted by the police. Now, this is important because Kat asserted, claimed, stated repeatedly that the documents were not redacted at all. They were completely unredacted. I think at one point she even put it in all caps. She was like, they are unredacted. How did you get these documents? And really, it made Alexa look bad. I mean, it did make her look bad. I'm sure there's some people in the chat right now, this very second. Put a 1 in the chat if you're one of the people who thought poorly of Alexa. Put a 1 in the chat if you're one of the people who thought poorly of Alexa because you believed she was sharing unredacted, private, or sealed court documents. Put a 1 in the chat. Now, I just want to be very clear. If I wasn't in the 30-minute, disclaimer in the beginning, Alexa does not even know I'm making this video. She's probably sleeping. It's probably sleep time in California over there. She did not ask me to make this video. Nobody asked me to make this video. Nobody asked me to make this video except the Lord, if you count that. People are saying, look, DJ Sauls 1, Lady K 1, Namaste 1, Itzel 1, Wendy 1, Alexis 1. So there were people in this very chat on this very channel who are saying, yeah, I thought that was messed up. Alexa NIKOLAS was low down AF for sharing private, sealed court documents. But come to find out, girl, these documents were public and the victim's name wasn't even in there. So why is it, again, y'all, Kat Tenbarge was so certain that they were completely unredacted? Again, she put it in all caps one time. It's a mystery. Okay. I was reading some of y'all's comments. Shout out to Down the Rabbit Hole News, member for 13 months. BJ looking cute. Thank you, Rabbit. Shout out to you for making me aware. Thank you, basically a detective, for becoming a new member. Shout out to Strange Currencies for the 20,000 IDR. First live after a while. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't have Alexa. Okay. The New York Times published 2 articles about the Drake Bell case. Okay. This is going to be important. The first was published in 2021, the date that Drake Bell pled guilty. Okay. So he pleads guilty to like endangering a minor or whatever it was, those 2 things we read earlier. And that very same day, the New York Times publishes an article about the case. And then they published another article earlier than that. Wait, this is probably supposed to be July. It says June 23rd and then June 12th, but I think this was supposed to be July. On the date that Drake Bell was sentenced, the New York Times posted another article. Okay, so the whole point of that little section right there, New York Times entered the chat. And they started publishing articles about the Drake Bell situation with this minor. They publish an article on the day that he pleads guilty, and then they publish another article about a month later on the day that he was sentenced. What was he sentenced to? A couple of years of community probation, basically. He didn't go to jail. He was not required to register as an S offender. However, when the New York Times wrote that first article, they inaccurately published that Drake Bell was required to register on the S offender registry. The second article, look, it says it right here. We're on page 6 of 42. Now, no one sent me this article either, y'all. I got it off Reddit, okay? Rabbit didn't even send me this one. I went and got it straight off Reddit. It's public. Okay, so the second New York Times article falsely reported that Drake Bell was required to register as an S offender. So again, the article that the New York Times published on the day that Drake Bell was sentenced to his probation or whatever, it stated in there he was required to register as an S offender, but turns out that wasn't true. So a few years later, like 3 whole years go by, and finally the New York Times corrected that article to clarify that Drake Bell was not required to register as an S offender. Now, here's the thing. There's a difference between things that you can say legally and things that are like maybe just morally, maybe questionable to say. You can say some morally questionable things and it's legal because whose morals gets to win, and things like that. So is it is it really that big of a deal? If you're asking me my opinion, is it really that big of a deal that he was or wasn't required to register as an S offender? Like, does that mean you need to change your whole stance on everything just because of that small detail? Whenever we know, for example, he pled guilty to, let me go back to exactly what it was because I want to say the right thing. This is on page 5. He pled guilty. Oh, wait. To attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. Now, I have not gone through this whole case file in large part because I didn't know if it was public or not. Like, at this point, it's public. It's been made public at any event. But, I didn't want to be the one out here, making something private public. And I did, obviously, truly saw a lot of y'all did not like it that these documents, which were supposedly sealed, were being made public. So until I got some more clarification, I wasn't really even trying to cover that story. But now, we're being told that these are public documents. But look at this. He pled guilty to attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. Now, some people had interpreted this to mean he sent nudes. He sent pictures of himself or something. Come to find out, he did not do that according to this lawsuit. So again, it's up to you if that's important or not. To me, pleading guilty to attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles is pretty serious, regardless if you're forced to have to register as an S offender. But without more information, is this an S crime? Does it make the person an S offender? Or clearly, it is a crime. It is a crime. But does it say disseminating sexual matter? Again, I don't know because I haven't really gone through this case file, but it's really up to you whether or not you find it to be material that he didn't have to register as an S offender, in this case. It's up to you. Shout out to Leroy Truth Investigations. He's doing a great job holding a lot of people, parties, and public servants in particular accountable. So if y'all like, Long Island Audit and like auditing, holding police accountable type videos, I have met Leroy Truth in person. I've seen him on the ground. We've done an interview together in the last couple months, and I like him. Y'all should go and check his channel out for sure. So Two Frames Media saying he pled guilty. So to you, that's what matters, and again, y'all, this is truly something that reasonable minds can disagree. Does it really matter to you whether or not he's on an S offender registry? maybe insofar as calling someone an S offender if they're not on an S offender registry, because I don't know if these crimes are technically SUL crimes. Yeah, check out Leroy, and he's also very funny. That's probably like one of my favorite things about the channel is he has such a good sense of humor. He is funny. He is funny. Okay. I mean, he's doing great work, but like a lot of people are doing great work, they're boring. He's doing great work, he's funny. Okay. So back to this lawsuit. So the New York Times is the one we just read. They posted 2 articles basically about this. In the second article, it was on the day that Drake was sentenced to his probation or whatever. On that day, New York Times posts an article all the way back in 2021 saying that Drake Bell had to register for the S offender registry. That was not true, but that article did stay up with that supposedly false report for like 3 years. It wasn't until March 2024, like more than 3 years later, where the New York Times comes out and corrects the second article, clarifying Drake Bell was not required to register as an S offender. As you can see, I do mark my questions as I'm going through. I'm like, okay, so what was going on around this time to make New York Times retract or correct nearly 3 years later? And then I'm like, oh, I found the answer. It's on the next page. So let's go to that. Okay. So then they get into Alexa's video. So just to recap the map of the situation, we started here. This is the defamation lawsuit. They have the, if you worked for a reputable news outlet tweets, and then her getting fired or let go or whatever. I don't know if it's even fired, laid off. I don't know what the difference is. Then, Kat Tenbarge is a propagandist masquerading as a journalist. That's the first sentence of the lawsuit and the introduction. Kat Tenbarge just basically defamed and lied. The parties, Alexa NIKOLAS, okay, jurisdiction went through. Okay, so then they get into the facts section, and we just completed this section right here. The state of Ohio versus Drake Bell. Jared Bell is his, I guess, other name, first real name, whatever. The dispute centers. Okay, so this is the center. That's the center of the dispute. The heart of the dispute is the claim that Alexa publicly released sealed court documents and police records about Drake. This was false. Okay. So he was sentenced to 2 years of community control / probation, and he was not required to register for the S offender registry. Nothing was ever sealed. The victim didn't even ask to have it sealed. She still has never asked to have it sealed, even after all this popped off a year ago. More than a year ago. The New York Times published 2 articles, and in one of the articles, they say he did have to register as an S offender. Okay, so that was the first little section of the facts section, the Drake case with the minor victim or whatever. And he did plead guilty, and he got probation. So then, this is the next section in the facts section. This one's called Alexa's video on the Bell case. On October 12th, 2023, Alexa released a video on her YouTube channel entitled Alexa NIKOLAS Exposes Drake Bell. In the video, this is in 2023, okay? This is before Quiet on Set even came out. Quiet on Set came out at the beginning of 24. So this is before. This is like months and months before Drake Bell, before Quiet on Set came out. So in the video, in her October 2023 video, Alexa covered the first New York Times article. But that second, but the New York Times had not corrected the second New York Times article. And because of that, Alexa incorrectly implicated Bell as being an S offender. But then Alexa discovers inconsistencies in the Bell case. On March 4th, 2024, the producers, okay, so this is right around the Quiet on Set documentary came out March like 18th or something, 17th, 2024. So like the month the documentary is about to come out, producers for Quiet on Set inform Alexa for the first time that Drake Bell was also going to be featured prominently in the documentary. Remember, he comes up on like episode 2 or 3, like he's like kind of a surprise character that shows up in the docuseries. It says Alexa was deeply concerned by this development. Due to the New York Times articles, Alexa believed that Drake Bell was an SUED predator and registered as offender. She did not want to appear in a documentary with Drake Bell if it was going to ignore Bell's own conviction in his own case. I don't know if he's a citizen of Mexico, but I do think he does primarily now make music for Spanish speaking audiences, and he does seem to really love Mexico, and he does live there. I don't know if he's a citizen or he did live there. I don't know where he lives like on a day-to-day basis, but I do think he makes like Spanish, like his songs and stuff now are in Spanish. From last I checked. So I don't know what y'all's answer was. I haven't been keeping up with the chat, but it appears that Alexa, it made a very serious difference to her whether or not Drake Bell was required to register as an S offender. Okay. She was concerned that Drake Bell was going to be in the documentary. She's like, I don't want him to be in the documentary because he's a predator himself. She basically was kind of, saying. And she believed he was an SUED predator and a registered S offender. And y'all see my little question up here. Is Drake about to sue New York Times over this? Drake Bell? Is this proof of harm? It says Alexa did not want to appear in a documentary with Drake Bell if the documentary was going to ignore his own conviction. Okay. So then we move on to a separate. Oh, is Alexa in the chat? Shout out to Alexa. Hold on. I need to send a text real quick. Hold on. Girl, my credit card's due. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Paragraph 19, page 7. Kate Taylor. This blew my mind, this one sentence alone. Kate Taylor is a journalist for Business Insider and one of the producers for Quiet on Set. What? A Business Insider journalist is one of the producers for Quiet on Set. Didn't Tenbarge work for Business Insider before NBC? Anyway, girl, I don't know. How are you going to be a producer of a documentary and you work at Business Insider? It just something's not a business documentary. It's just something, I don't know. Like on its face, I guess it's not that weird, but it seems weird. Like this is a weird sentence. Kate Taylor is a journalist for Business Insider and one of the producers on Quiet on Set. I don't see how these things have to do with each other. But anyway. This Kate Taylor journalist, Quiet on Set producer, attempted to assuage Alexa's concerns about Drake Bell's presence in the documentary. So one of the producers is like, calm down, Alexa. Calm down, girl. I got some info for you. Here are the court records. The producer for Quiet on Set, again, y'all, just to recap. A producer for Quiet on Set during the very same month that the documentary was about to come out, and Alexa had already, I'm sure sat and interviewed and been working with these people. Then she was kind of dropped on her. Hey, Drake Bell's going to be in the documentary talking about his experiences. And Alexa's like, whoa, hold on. He's a predator himself. He's an S offender. He's on a registered S offender registry. And the documentary producer was like, no, girl, he's not. That's not even true. That was fake. So Kate Taylor sent Alexa the court records and Bell police records. Now, this is a huge development, okay? Because if you followed the story even a little bit, which I haven't followed it closely, but I mean, I have some idea of things that have happened. That was a huge question. How did Alexa NIKOLAS get these documents at all? Because the documents that she was showing were requested all the way back in 2022, but she didn't start talking about them until 2023 or 2024. So how did Alexa get these documents? Was she requesting them all the way back then? If yes, why isn't she admitting to it? This was speculation. There's questions. There's questions that people were asking. Here's your answer. Here's your answer. The producer attempted to assuage Alexa's concerns. Now, again, what were Alexa's concerns? She did not want to be featured in this documentary if Drake Bell was going to be featured because she had her own issues with Drake Bell. Based on, in part, what she had read in the New York Times article. So the producer was like, look, that New York Times article is wrong, girl. I know you already made your video few months back and all that, 6 months back. But they were actually wrong in that article. And the reason I know, the producer said, is because I got the court documents and I'm going to send them to you. Okay. Just to assuage your concerns. After sending Alexa the records from the Drake Bell case, the producer, Kate Taylor, conducted a follow-up phone call with Alexa to walk her through the court records. Okay, and then they have emails to each other, or an email to Alexa. Okay, so she's putting in here proof. Exhibit A, Alexa says, Exhibit freaking A, this is how I got the documents. Huh? Upon closer review of the records, Alexa discovered for the first time there were actually numerous inconsistencies between the information contained in the Bell records and the online narrative about Bell's conviction, which was fueled in part by the first New York Times article and the second New York Times article. Think of an example. For example, okay, so before we get into the example, just again, what is happening right here? Alexa gets these records, which were public records, public. Whether y'all have a moral issue with whether they should be public or not is, I guess, important, but frankly immaterial to whether or not they are indeed and in fact legally public documents. Now, we could talk all day till we blue in the face, red in the face, white in the face, orange in the face. Okay. We could talk all day on whether or not it should be. But the fact is that if it's true what they're saying in this lawsuit, which I did not independently corroborate, just full disclosure, is that they are public documents. And not only public, Alexa didn't even go out of her way to get them. Someone sent them to her. So it wasn't even like she was snooping around trying to expose a victim. She was sent documents and she puts it as Exhibit A. She puts it as Exhibit A of her receiving it. And why did she receive it one more time? Because she didn't want to be in this documentary with Drake Bell because Drake was on the S offender registry. She didn't want to align herself with that. And they just dropped it on her that that's what was going to happen. And you know what? I got to say it. Y'all can have your thoughts on Alexa. That's fine. But I'm gonna say she ain't no snitch. Because when the whole internet was dragging her across the internet for supposedly getting these documents from Drake Bell and snooping around and getting private sealed documents, I don't think I ever got wind that it was the quiet on set documentarians, the producers, that were sending her these documents. She could have easily thrown them right under the bus. And I think I would have. If people were accusing me of making sealed records private and they were public, sealed records public, but they were in fact public records that I didn't even ask for, someone sent to me. Oh, that person's getting freaking named. So, I mean, good on her or, maybe bad on her. Depending on what y'all. Hold on. I had to block someone from my chat. Maybe bad on her. I don't care what you think about her. Like, that's a fact. She could have thrown that woman right under the. It was Kate Taylor from Quiet on Set. That's who did it. I'm not taking heat for nobody like that, okay? If your ass sends me something and I'm taking heat, I'm telling everybody you sent it to me. Okay. We already read that. Okay. So Alexa starts to discover so-called inconsistencies in the Bell case and the public narrative. The one that's the most, I think, palatable, the most, lowest common denominator is just factual, right? Is it a fact that, hold on, I have to get rid of some people. Is it a fact? I'm giving Monica, Oklahoma Outlaw, this is the warning to everybody. It's a one strike and you're out policy today. I'm not with the bullshit in the chat, okay? I have gone very, very far lengths to very great lengths throughout this video to make it as amenable and cordial as possible. So I'm not going to have y'all acting a damn fool in the chat. One strike and you're out. And it's going to be, thank you, Monica. And it's going to be, you're going to have to make a whole new YouTube channel to comment on this channel again. Okay. Like there's no reason to be doing all this. And frankly, if y'all already have your mind made up, I don't know what you on my video for anyway. If y'all already so smart and know everything, I don't know why y'all over here at my investigation, because I don't know everything and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. So if you already know, then what are you doing over here? Leave. Thank you. All right. Monica said, okay, BJ. She funny. Okay. So she gets the court documents. She reads them and she starts noticing some inconsistencies. The most baseline inconsistency to me, and I think this should be pretty non-controversial. Was Drake Bell required? Yes or no? It's a binary question. Yes or no is the only possible answers. When he was sentenced, was Drake Bell required to register on the S offender registry? Yes or no? The New York Times reported, and it was public for years. Yes, he was required. That's what the New York Times said. 3 years that article sat up from the New York Times. I mean, I don't think there's a more gold standard of journalism than the New York Times. Maybe the AP, Financial Times, Reuters. I mean, incredible, But that's the gold standard. It's the New York Times. They reported he was required to register as an S offender. However, apparently, he was never required to register as an S offender. So you can imagine, I'm putting myself in Alexa's position, right? All right. I'm looking through the things. I've already made a whole video saying it loud and proud with my chest. This man is a registered S offender. And now I'm reading actual court documents, right? I'm just putting myself in her place years ago, 2 years ago, whenever it was, a year ago. Oh, shit. He wasn't even required to register. And I'm out here calling the man a registered S offender. I mean, on its face, once you find that out, you do have to make a retraction. You have to. Because now you've had something out there that's like very, very serious and false. But I think it was for obviously justified reasons. I would have thought he was on the S offender registry because the New York Times said it. Why would they say something so loud and proud like they knew it to be the case whenever it just was simply not true? I would start looking, even just, again, like I said, that's like not even that controversial of a thing. That's not calling into question the victim's story. That's not calling into question anything she said at all. That's not having to take one person's word over another. It's just a verifiable fact. Was he required to register? Yes. Or was he required to register? No. Those are the only two options. No was the truth, but yes was what the public narrative was being reported as. Now, Alexa's lawyer starts putting in other inconsistencies that she noticed between the actual case file and what had been publicly reported. Upon closer review of the records, she discovered for the first time there were numerous inconsistencies between the information contained in the records and the online narrative about Bell's conviction, which was fueled in part by these New York Times articles. For example, so she gives 5 examples. Number 1, the forensic evidence contradicted the victim's testimony of S assault. Probably I wouldn't have led with that one. However, if that's what she noticed, that's what she noticed. Number 2, the witnesses were not strangers. They were saying that these witnesses were strangers, but these were actually the aunt and the chaperone, aunt/chaperone, I think it's the same person, of the victim, and an individual who frequently, a paparazzo, an individual who frequently photographed Bell. Now, this is a big one. Drake Bell did not send or exchange nudes with the victim. So that's one thing that was kind of implied in the public narrative, is that he sent naked pictures to this underage person. Because of the disseminating information harmful to a minor thing, right? So they're saying here, actually, that wasn't true. He did not send or exchange these pictures with the victim. And when he learned the victim's age, he disengaged communicating with her immediately. So I did not read the case file. I cannot vouch for if this is true or not, just simply because I just haven't read it. But it was kind of implied or even explicitly stated in the sort of public narrative of things that Drake Bell knew this was an underage person who was not of the age of 18 yet. And he intentionally continued to talk to this person. Well, according to Alexa's lawsuit, whenever she looked into these case filings, it actually didn't end up being the case that he knew her age. It says when he learned her age, he disengaged communicating with her immediately. And finally, I would have led with this one. He was not required to register as an S offender. Okay. So that was that section. Alexa noticed inconsistencies in the public narrative that she had heard and the private, and the public documents, which she got from Kate Taylor, who was a producer for Quiet on Set. Yeah, they came with a correction. Yes, they did correct it. New York Times did correct it. Thanks so much, Christopher Jones, for the $4.99 super chat. This ain't baseball. 1 strike and you out of here. Exactly. The victim impact statement is out and about. Okay. I was kind of reading somebody else's comments. Okay, so the next section is Quiet on Set. Okay. I want to say, if I'm Alexa NIKOLAS and I have, occasion to perhaps one day be in a situation like this where I've said something based on something New York Times said and it was false, but I thought it was true because New York Times said it. Like, why would they just be lying on this man's name? So I'm out here saying, oh, so-and-so is a registered S offender. I saw it on New York Times. Once somebody sent me documents that showed that person is not a registered S offender, I'm probably coming to tell y'all. Okay. At the very least. And I might say something along the lines of, I still think he's a creep. I still think he victimized this poor girl. I still think that. But previously I reported it as a fact that he was a registered S offender. Turns out that's not true. I would come and tell y'all that. Just to put that there. So all this happens, in the first week of March, basically, March 1st to March 9th. Alexa finds out, the documents and all of that. He wasn't actually required to register as an S offender. On March 17th last year, Quiet on Set was released. The public interest in the documentary was tremendous. according to news reports, in the first week of its release, Quiet on Set received 1.3 billion minutes of watch time and approximately 20 million views in the first week. That's a lot. Okay. 3 days after the premiere of the documentary, March 20th, 2024, Alexa decided to make the Drake Bell video private. She made it inaccessible to the public. She made this decision. Now, this was a big question a lot of people were asking, not a lot, but a few people were asking, why did she make this video private? Why is she pulling back? Why was she pulling back on her previous? She said that stuff so loud with her chest. So why? Now she's basically just letting that video disappear. She don't care anymore. Why? Now that her and Drake have been in the documentary together, people were saying that. Well, she's saying in this lawsuit, the reason she made it private, she's from her lawyer and her perspective. The reason that she made the video private was because after beginning to review the Bell records, she realized the Bell video contained misinformation about Drake Bell, and Alexa did not want to contribute to the dissemination of misinformation. Now, y'all can believe that or not, but I will say that if I come across information that makes a very large part of one of my videos like to be not true anymore, I might private that video. And I might private it for other reasons too. Like sometimes I've privated a video one time, for example, because in the court filing, which was public, I read this court filing. But then come to find out later, the public court filing that I was reading was actually somebody like including somebody's name that shouldn't have been included. It was really supposed to be private, and then they're just doing a malicious trick. So even though it was actually public and I couldn't have gotten in any trouble for sharing it, I just privated the video. I have said things before that were, even by accident, misspoke and said the wrong person's name or the wrong this, the wrong that. I'll make a video private. So for me, it's a lot of reasons somebody might make a video private. I mean, I'm just talking from my own personal experience, but I mean, there's certainly I'm still having to delete people. It's too much. Certainly, I mean, there's room for, people have their opinion on whether or not that's a good reason or not. All I'm doing is giving you my perspective that, like, if I end up finding out that something that I said in a video is like patently not true, I'm probably going to like remove that part or just private the video and then later make a statement on it. And it was right around this time that I did start to notice, like, whoa, people are really mad at Alexa NIKOLAS. Like, whoa, they are really ganging up on her. And it was also something was going around too. And I don't think it comes up in this lawsuit, but I know some of y'all do know about it, where Alexa ended up, even out, she made this video about Drake Bell, calling him a registered as offender, all of this, right? He goes on the documentary. He tells his side of the story. It's very complex too, because you feel bad for him because he was a little kid and he was abused. And nobody really stood up for him. And he was kind of left to the wolves after being abused by, in the worst ways, by a man who was in a position of like power and authority. And people all showed up for him. And you feel bad for him. But then at the same time, he has then, pled guilty to crimes. So involving similar, I guess type of things. So it's like, is it similar? I mean, he would probably say no. And I do want to be very, careful not to say it's the same thing, because he was like physically in person abused by someone with position of authority, like basically kind of like his boss. Whereas I believe what he did, and pled guilty to didn't involve any in person. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it not a crime. I just don't want to just willy-nilly call everything as the same as everything. Like I want, words to mean something. Victims often become victimizers. Right. So then 3 days goes by after the documentary, comes out, and then Alexa takes her video down. Now she says it's because she realized the video had false information and she wanted to take it down. And that makes sense to me. Y'all can believe it or not, but that I think makes sense. 3 days after that, in response to public criticism of her decision to private the Bell video, she tweeted that she would go over the court records during a live stream on her YouTube channel. Oh yeah, the thing I wanted to tell y'all is at the same time, or it's like kind of around the same time, Alexa, in October 2023 had made a video kind of saying like Drake Bell has a problem. He's a problem. And then at some time around, the Quiet on Set coming out, maybe a couple months later or whatever, it ends up coming out that, Alexa went to maybe like a Drake Bell concert. And she didn't disclose this publicly. It just kind of like got leaked. And I think, put a 2 in the chat if that's where y'all started, if that's where you were like, people in the chat who are here, that's where you started having an issue. Because I know a lot of people, not a lot, but like, some people took issue with the fact that she had all this stuff to say about Drake Bell that was negative and probably did have misinformation in it if she did base it on that New York Times article. Then the documentary comes out, she takes the video down, and then at some point she ends up at a Drake Bell concert and never really explains to the public exactly how that ended up turning out. I think that's whenever people, some people were like, we don't like that because it maybe it brings into question whether or not, she could be, credible or trusted or this or that or whatever. So, I mean, I guess, fair. I would be being dishonest if I didn't at least say, I did kind of wonder what she was doing at that concert. And it was like a backstage type of thing. But, and this is why I disclosed my bias in the very beginning, because it could just be, I'm just trying to like, make up a reason or something. But like, for me, like I have a very open mind. Like, why was she there? There could be some type of reason, some type of explanation. I don't know. But again, y'all don't have to like, don't listen to anything I say as like, I'm trying to vouch for somebody. Like, just make up your own mind, make up your own opinion. I'm just telling mine. And all that. And I do want to just remind y'all, it doesn't actually matter how you feel about any of these people. It doesn't matter how you feel about Alexa. It doesn't matter how you feel about Kat or Adam or even Ethan Klein. What should matter and what I hope matters and what I'm trying to cultivate here is the truth. What's real? What's the truth? What actually happened? And did defamation happen? Like at some point you do have to just kind of like put feelings aside just so you can actually arrive at some type of conclusion. Okay. So she tweeted. So she was getting public criticism for what? Making her video private. I like how private is a verb now. Decision to private the video. She tweeted she would go over the court records during a live stream on her YouTube channel. Okay. So then she said, okay, everybody, fine. I'm going to go over those court records. And I'm going to show y'all why it is that I found it to be, like misinformation in my video. And I need to correct the record. So I'm going to bring those public documents public and we're going to talk about them. So she said that. And then we move to the next section of the lawsuit. This is still in the facts section. It says the anonymous online account Exposing Rich. So the name of the anonymous account is Exposing Rich. Falsely claims Alexa published sealed records from Drake's case. From March 23rd, 2024 to March 24th, 2024, an anonymous X account entitled Exposing Rich made numerous defamatory posts about Alexa. True and accurate screenshots are below. Okay, so here's this Exposing Rich page. And this is like, within just a few days after the documentary comes out, premieres. Alexa NIKOLAS supports PDFs a bunch of times because I do not know what you expect people to think when you refuse to condemn Drake Bell and talk about his victims. So I don't know if this is like supposed to be refuse to talk about his victims or just you do talk about his victims, but you refuse to condemn Drake Bell. I think there's fair criticisms to go around. I think this one's not fair. I think this is not a fair criticism because I think it's very clear Alexa does not support PDFs, whatever you think about her. And this is why you have to like be honest with your language, because once you just cry wolf so many times, like I don't even know, like this is not a fair criticism. She clearly doesn't support PDFs. And she doesn't refuse to condemn Drake Bell. She did condemn Drake Bell. She did condemn his actions. And even after she privated that video, she has continued to condemn Drake Bell. So again, I just think it's like not really even a fair criticism, but there was like all kind of tweets from this account. I think 4,000 total tweets over the last couple years. Alexa did not receive permission from Drake Bell's victim to deep dive into her records for a fucking podcast. I confirmed this today, and it doesn't fucking matter, unfortunately, not Guinevere Beck. It doesn't matter. Here is the, whether you like it or not, reality. And you know, you just got to accept the reality as it is if you want to do anything about it, okay? The reality is you do not need someone's permission. You do not need someone's permission to read public documents. This is the United States of America. This is not communist Russia. We are not behind the Iron Curtain, okay? Last I checked, we still don't live in North Korea, although it's getting close. You don't need nobody's permission to talk about a court case, okay? Now, the way that this is written, it makes it seem like, again, it was some secret, private thing you have to ask somebody's permission. You don't have to ask nobody's permission, including this AI generated picture, okay? And you will see, I do start to get aggravated with these Anon online accounts because I'm a victim of them, okay? I'm biased. I'm telling y'all I'm biased, all right? I do not like these accounts. If you have something to say it with your fucking face and your name, or move along, truly. I mean, that's how I feel. Yes, there are 2 videos of this from Alexa. I'll show y'all as we move forward. Actually, thank you for bringing this up. It's Caroline Mary, because I wanted to talk about this and I forgot about it so far. So there was another criticism of Alexa, and that was that she hired a lawyer by the name of Andrew Brettler. Now, Andrew Brettler has defended some pretty indefensible individuals. For example, I believe Danny Masterson from the Church Scientology. Very interesting to me how even Alexa could have ended up with that lawyer, because the Church Scientology, she protested them. But maybe that's why there was, I don't know, girl. I mean, I have all kinds of theories, but Caroline says she, meaning Alexa, hired Andrew Brettler as her lawyer at one point. And Caroline says, not a good look. I know that's another criticism. And I have heard this criticism as well, Caroline. And I'm going to tell y'all, I just completely disagree. Let me tell y'all something right now so nobody is surprised when it happens, okay? I have absolutely nothing against hiring a lawyer that's going to hell. Oh, nothing. Okay. Because what I have learned by being abused by lunatic clowns in the legal system with litigation warfare is that they hire the nastiest, most low down, willing to lie, willing to cheat, willing to steal, willing to do any freaking thing just to win for their lying ass piece of shit client. Okay. Anything. So if I know that they're going to be armed with a lawyer like that, I might need a lawyer like that too. Okay. I'm telling y'all one thing right now. If I need a criminal defense lawyer and I can afford it in the state of New York, I'm going straight to Mark Agnifalo's office and crying and begging him and his wife, Karen Agnifalo, to represent me. Okay. If y'all don't like it, you can pay for my lawyer and find me one better. Okay. That's one thing I think you need to start seeing the trees from the forest. All right. If you're getting sued, you should hire the best lawyer you can afford who wins. It is actually stupid and actually goes against your own best interest to go through the roster list and say, oh, they represented R. Kelly. I can't hire them. No, hell no. You better hire him. You need somebody that can look at a crying ass lady that's lying and see through that bullshit. You need somebody that almost don't have a heart who can say, she's lying, Your Honor. Objection. That bitch did not get abused. She's lying. You have to have a lawyer that can do that. Okay. So if they happen to have represented Danny Masterson in the past, I'm probably not hiring him, not because it's Danny Masterson, but because he lost. Okay. Because he lost. But after that magic trick, truly nothing short of a miracle that I watched Mark Agnifilo do in that Diddy trial, I'm going straight to Agnifilo LLP. We might not meet together in heaven, me and Mark. He might be in hell. He might be in hell and I might be in heaven. Okay. But on this earth, I'm going straight over there. If I'm in Atlanta and I need somebody to tear somebody up on the witness stand, I'm going straight over there to Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland. Yes, I am. And they probably going to hell. Does that mean they're good people? Hell no. Does that mean I like everybody that they represented in the past? Hell no. But if I need a win, I'm hiring somebody that wins. Okay. And if y'all don't like it, unsubscribe, girl. When you get sued, how about this? When y'all get sued for something, go hire a lawyer who's never, ever represented somebody you don't like. Good luck. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. So, anyway. I think it's a stupid criticism, truly, y'all. I think it's stupid. Carla, girl, when you get sued, you can go hire Mother Teresa to represent you, girl. But when I get sued and I need a win, I'm going to a lawyer that wins. I'm going to a lawyer that don't give a shit if somebody's crying, that doesn't just listen to all these dog whistle bullshit. I'm going to somebody that wins lawsuits. And if it means I'm not supporting victims, then so be it. Then I'm not. Because I got to support me. I got to put the oxygen on my own face before I can support anybody or anything else. It's a law of physics. It's a law of nature. So, Carla, I'm just so sorry. When you're getting sued, you are welcome to go and hire a lawyer and tippy-toe around all this weird talking point about, no, doesn't support victims. Where's the victim supporting me? Where's the victim supporting me? Who's hiring my lawyer? Who's paying these legal bills? Thank you very much to the people who donated. A lot of that money. I mean, a lot of my legal bills have been paid by that money. But I'm letting y'all know right now, just so it's full transparency, I'm not playing this patty cake freaking get. When I'm getting sued, I'm hiring somebody that wins. Oh, I don't want to support someone who goes against victims. Girl, you know some victims is lying. Do you know some people lie? Do you know some people are lying? Just because someone says they're a victim, they not. You knew that or no? Some of y'all need to wake up in reality. Online land has really gotten your frontal lobe tangled. Somebody went against victims. Okay, well, you know, some victims is lying, right? Not all of them. I'm not saying all victims lie. I support victims who are truly victims. But they got people out here lying on my name saying I victimized them and they full of shit. So my lawyers went against victims then. You see, it's kind of just stupid. I don't play online game. I play real life game. And it's something you have to do whenever you actually been in warfare with these people. It's very easy. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. It's very easy to sit on your couch, to sit in your car, the safety of your home. Don't nobody see your face. And tell us what we need to do whenever we're literally engaged in warfare. But it's a lot harder to keep them little fake morals up, them internet morals up, when it's your ass on the line. Because I promise you, it's more likely than not, you want a lawyer that's going to win and not play patty cake. All right. That is one thing I am 100% in support of Alexa NIKOLAS to hire any lawyer she deems fit, including the one she hired right now. This Rom guy, he's a G. I would love him to represent me. Anyway. Okay. So this little bullshit anonymous account, I don't like these accounts. I don't like them. They get on my nerves. I don't like them. Say it with your face or get out my face. Blocked. She did not receive permission from Drake's victim to deep dive into her records. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? You're allowed to talk about public records. And in particular, whenever the public record isn't reconcilable with another public record. Actually, we should all want to know what's the truth. We should all be outraged that the New York Times didn't accurately report something and then it stayed up there fake and wrong for 3 years. We should be outraged by this. That's what should be outrageous, okay? That there was just false things said, because what? It doesn't help anybody, and it actually makes it look harder to have real victims be believed. Not that I'm not saying this isn't a real victim. Clearly, this is a real victim because he pled guilty to something, okay? So I'm not trying to say, oh, poor Drake Bell. No, he got what he got, all right? But we can't just throw every allegation that's fake out, because then he could, or anybody else in his position could turn back around and say, well, that wasn't true. That wasn't even true. So now what else isn't true? Good question. It's kind of hard to keep up. Anyway, okay. So then she hijacked this movement, this other people. I don't want to read all this. So this is wait, hold on. Here. So this is one of the tweets from right around the time of the documentary coming out. This is the entire file. It doesn't take very long to diligently read. It can be read in about 20 minutes. This is the entire criminal court file. This issue is not content. And we should have to sit through several of your hour-long videos to get the information. You should be sharing it freely. Again, I have been a victim of like accounts like this. And honestly, it's like the one thing that makes me think, you know what, maybe we should make people just give their freaking IDs to have an account. Okay. Because these people sit behind these anonymous bullshit AI pictures and just say any damn thing. And it can be harmful for sure. Look, it has 782 views, 2.7 thousand views. Okay. Most notably, this account exposing Rich made the completely baseless claims that the Bell court records and the Bell police records were under seal. They said that there was a limited number of Bell records in the first instance. And remember, that's another inconsistency because Alexa said that it was voluminous. That California seals all S offender reports, which... Right. So they're implying that he is a registered S offender, but in California. And remember, that case was in Ohio. The criminal case was in Ohio. So California, I don't know what that has to do with anything. And that anonymous account exposing Rich made the completely baseless claim that the consent of the victim is necessary to disclose a California S offender report. So this is just not true information. Now, some of y'all might be saying, I hear you, BJ. You know, I don't like these anonymous accounts either. But please, it's an anonymous account. Who's going to take that shit seriously? We all have seen these dumb accounts that are probably paid, maybe even bots, just algorithms, just spitting out words all day. Who cares? Why are we bringing that up here? Why are we bringing it up here, BJ? You might be wondering. It becomes important. You'll see. All right. Next paragraph. On March 26, 2024, Alexa spoke to Taylor. Remember, this is the producer from the Quiet on Set that sent Alexa those court documents. And again, Alexa never threw under the bus, as far as maybe she did and I missed it. She never said it was Kate Taylor sent me these, even in the face of being abused and bullied for leaking private court documents, which were not private, which were public. And she didn't even ask for them. She never threw that person under the bus, which I certainly would have. Kate, don't send me nothing, baby girl, because I'm telling everybody. I don't know this woman, I'm just saying. Okay, so March 26th, Alexa speaks with this producer who had sent her the court records on the phone. Number one, to confirm that these records were really actually public, and number two, to receive instructions on how to access the records. This producer from Quiet on Set and also journalist at Business Insider confirmed that the records were public and provided instructions on how to obtain them. This producer sent a follow-up email to Alexa immediately after the phone call to provide written instructions. A true and correct copy is Exhibit B. Okay, so then we move to the next section of the saga. And this is where Kat Tenbarge publishes an article for NBC News on Drake Bell. And the original iteration of this article explicitly cited the exposing rich account. Okay. Who's the exposing rich account? That's this AI generated picture. She had this one right here, the picture one time with the wine. And this one right here with the phone. That's the account. It's just an anonymous troll account. This girl made an NBC News article citing the anonymous account. Girl, that is Chloe Maylaw's behavior. I don't even think Chloe would do that. On March 27th, 2024, Kat Tenbarge published an article on the website for NBC News entitled Drake Bell Accusers Face Online Attacks Over Quiet on Set docuseries. So this one is called the Tenbarge article. Now remember that this one is called the Tenbarge article because there's going to be another article that she's writing that we're going to need to distinguish between. But this is the first one, March 27th, 2024. And this was about 1 week to 10 days after the Quiet on Set docuseries premiered. Okay. This is an NBC News article. This is where Kat Tenbarge was employed as a reporter / journalist or whatever at the time, NBC. In that article, again, entitled Drake Bell Accusers Face Online Attacks After Quiet on Set docuseries. In the article, Kat Tenbarge falsely stated that most of the court documents in Drake Bell's case were sealed to protect the victim's privacy. Now, again, y'all, when I would have seen something like this, I would have just assumed it was true. Because not only is Kat Tenbarge saying it with such confidence, but it's published on NBC News. So I would have assumed at least somebody checked, to make sure that was true. And I would have acted accordingly. I don't want to discuss a sealed court document, in particular whenever it was sealed to protect a victim's privacy. And again, y'all, this is a bona fide victim. This is not an alleged victim. Drake Bell did plead guilty to 2 crimes. So it's not like, oh, alleged victim. No, this is the victim. So I'm not sharing some private sealed protecting the victim's identity thing. No, hell no, I would never do that. But again, it's now up for debate whether that shit was private at all. It was a public record. And the girl didn't even ask to have it sealed. She never asked. So what is it that these people are taking up the mantle and the torch for when this girl didn't even ask to have it sealed? Drake Bell did ask to have one thing sealed, and it was. It was indeed sealed, the sentencing memorandum. So in this March 27th, 2024 NBC News article, Kat Tenbarge says most of the Drake Bell court documents were sealed to protect the victim's privacy, but that was false, according to this lawsuit. Additionally, the original Tenbarge article explicitly referenced the anonymous exposing rich account. Okay. This would be my advice. Nobody asked me. Okay. But Tenbarge has been nothing but nice to me. Truly. She has not been anything but nice, cordial, and professional to me. She never reported anything bad about me. Same goes for Adam McIntyre. Same goes for H3. Same goes for all these people. Tenbarge has done nothing but, be pleasant and cordial with me. Okay. So again, I'm not about to just jump on a bandwagon and me. Okay. However, unsolicited advice, should she find the occasion to watch this video, would be, girl, you got to pick a side. You just got to pick a team. You got to pick a side. You're either a traditional, reputable, credible journalist, or you're a YouTuber who's giving your opinion. Like, I see a lot of both sides of the mouth talking here. Okay. Like, this is a YouTuber. This is a YouTuber behavior. This is Rich Lux behavior. This is That Surprise Witness TV behavior. We are not the New York Times. We are not NBC. We are YouTubers doing opinion and commentary on public issues. Okay. So you cannot write an NBC News article and rely as one of your sources on the exposing rich Instagram or Twitter account. Can we agree? Can we agree? Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let me get my coffee. Anyway, okay. Tenbarge went even further, they said. Going on record to state that exposing rich is a great account. Okay, if she's talking about her personal opinion, she's allowed to do that. However, this is where my issue comes in, because you're saying it under the color of NBC News over here. We can even get into the specifics of, like, should reporters and journalists be allowed to just talk their shit on their own Twitter? I think yeah. Even if it's not the views of the organization they work for and all of that, I think yes, they absolutely should. But there's a limit with everything in the world. I don't think it's cool to use your position at NBC to carry out a personal vendetta. You see where I'm going with this? I don't think it's cool to write basically a gossip T-channel YouTube video and put it in NBC News, because then it gives it a totally different context. Joanne said, I agree. Hire the best lawyer. Assistacraft said, you can. Actually, you can write that article on NBC, but be prepared for lawsuits. I mean, and another thing too, like when I say like she needs to pick a side, is that very first tweet from page, 2-1 of the lawsuit, this one right here, where, 3 years ago, if you work for a reputable news outlet and tweeted something blatantly false, you get disciplined, if not fired. Who's disciplining these bloggers? The legal system hasn't caught up to them yet. It's like, that was full on traditional reporter perspective. That was full on NBC News is real news. Everybody else is fake news. F these bloggers. And even then it was weird because like she's friendly with a lot of you. She was friendly to me. She was friendly to many YouTubers who were at the Britney rally. Her best friend seems to be Adam, who's a iconic YouTuber. I mean, kind of like, I would say trailblazer. So he ain't NBC News. Okay. It just kind of, I do remember this. This is one of my few like criticisms I do have of Cat Tenbarge is this right here. You got to pick a side. You got to pick a side. Is it I'm going down with the real news media? And if yes, you cannot be relying on exposing rich AI generated picture. You cannot be doing that. Okay. So she publishes an article on NBC News, on the website for NBC News. She relies on this exposing rich account by, quote, explicitly cited the account. So in her NBC News reporting, this is not Surprise Witness TV. This is not Rich Lux TV. This is not Adam McIntyre TV. Okay. This is NBC News. She said most of the court documents are sealed to protect the victim's privacy. The original article explicitly referenced anonymous exposing rich accounts. Here's the article. Can I click on it? Will it let me? No, page not found. Interesting. She's even vouching for the account, saying it's a great account. On information and belief, Alexa's lawyer says, Cat Tenbarge relied on the exposing rich tweet for the assertion that Drake Bell's records for the case were sealed. Okay, so that was article number 1. Keep that article in your mind because there's about to be an article number 2, okay? But the first article referenced exposing rich, which was like an online anonymous hate account, and it was like directed toward hate toward Alexa. Right. Alicia's true. Alicia's true. That Alicia's right. Both things can be true at the same time. You cannot like Alexa, but you could support her in the lawsuit. So if someone is not a fan, you can't convince them otherwise. I don't need anybody to be a fan of anybody. Don't even have to be a fan of me. But what I want people to be a fan of is just like actually looking at what happened. That's my whole point, is that I want y'all to look at what actually happened. Because a lot of stuff in this lawsuit, I didn't even know. Because the way, again, that this was put on NBC News, I did just assume someone had run it through some check to make sure, for example, quote, most of the court documents were sealed to protect the victim's privacy. Next section. Cat Tenbarge begins working on an article, another article. This is the second one, about Alexa, based on court filings from Alexa's stalker. Girl. Paragraph 28 of the lawsuit. Cat Tenbarge considered that first article to be her, quote, magnum opus. Since it was published and until she got sued in this very lawsuit, Cat Tenbarge had pinned that article at the top of her X account. Now, I do want to point out here, they don't have a citation for that. So I hope they got a screenshot. I hope they got some proof, because she could easily just say, no, I don't. So I would like to see a footnote here. But basically they're saying, remember that article we just talked about? That was her big moment. She had it pinned at the top of her Twitter. So then again, y'all, this kind of starts to bring in, a while ago, I defended Cat Tenbarge and I said she should kind of be allowed to just talk her shit on her own Twitter. People should be allowed, even if they're a reporter, even if they work for NBC or the New York Times, they should be allowed to have a personal Twitter and have a personal opinion. But I also said there got to be some limits. Now, I'm not the decider of these things. This is going to a jury. You know, I don't know who's guilty, who's not, who's liable, who's not. Okay. But once you start putting your NBCnews.com article on the top of your personal Twitter and it's pinned up there for a year or a year and a half, you might start blurring the lines on whether that's a personal Twitter account or not. Because to me, it might be arguable you're using your position of being a reporter at NBC to further your personal vendetta and your personal opinion, especially when the personal opinion is based on exposing Rich, the fake online anonymous, whoever the hell that is. I'm trying to resize this. Hold on. Okay. So she had it pinned, but now she took it down since she got sued. She pinned the article on the top of her X account. She hoped to use that original article as a springboard for other articles concerning the participants of Quiet on Set. Okay, so this was her big moment. This was her big one. And truly, y'all, I'm sure it ain't easy to get a job at NBC. It's a pretty prestigious news organization to work for. So this is her big one. You know, she put it right there on her Twitter. Pinned it at the top. Again, there's no citation for that. I don't remember seeing that. So I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just reading the lawsuit. She hoped to use that article as a springboard for more articles concerning the people who participated in the Quiet on Set documentary. Tenbarge received her opportunity to make another article on the participants of Quiet on Set. Shortly after April 10th, 2024, Tenbarge became aware that Alexa's stalker, who was subject to a restraining order, Manny Shift Haley McMurray, filed his own request for a restraining order against Alexa. Okay, so by the time that April 2024 rolled around, Alexa had already sued for a restraining order against this guy and got it. So there was an active restraining order. Well, then this Manny Shift Haley, the supposed stalker, sues back to try to get a restraining order against Alexa. Now, as explained in greater detail below, Alexa's lawyer says, Tenbarge used the stalker's filing as documentary evidence to support her investigation against Alexa. Meaning, Tenbarge looked at these publicly available documents filed by the stalker, the alleged stalker. I'm saying the stalker. I'm not accusing this person of stalking. I'm just saying how this person is being referred to here. There is an active restraining order, apparently, even still right now, that Alexa has against this person. This person cannot contact Alexa. It's been in place for, so over, I think over a year now, sitting here today, over a year. But then that person went in and retaliated, basically, tried to get a restraining order against Alexa back, right? You can't contact me either, which I'm sure Alexa didn't want to actually do. But I mean, girl, I don't know. I didn't ask her anything. Yeah, Uno reverse a restraining order. Exactly. I mean, it's interesting. But everyone should have the opportunity to make their case in court. I mean, you never really do know. You never really do know. But in any event, that restraining order was denied anyway. The one Alexa tried to get, that one got granted. The one that the so-called alleged stalker tried to get back against Alexa, the next month or two, that one was rejected. That no restraining order. So it didn't work, but they were trying to. And when this person was trying to get a restraining order, they had to file all these different filings. Some of them had nothing to do with a restraining order at all. It was just a way to get their grievances out, basically to make them public. That's what Alexa's saying. Let me read it to y'all. This is the section right here. Background on Haley McMurray stalking and harassing Alexa and her family. So this person is the so-called alleged stalker. Haley McMurray has repeatedly stalked, this is a quote, I'm reading it, paragraph 30, page 12, in a federal court filing. I do not know if these allegations are true. I was not there. Haley McMurray has repeatedly stalked and harassed Alexa, her husband, and her young daughter. Haley McMurray was a former volunteer for Alexa's survivor organization. So how did... And I'm not going to say anybody was definitely infiltrating any movements because clearly I don't know. But this is why I'm kind of low-key at this point paranoid about people infiltrating movements, because it's people that's wanting to run up and volunteer that a lot of times causes huge problems later on. And sometimes not at all. sometimes not at all, but you got to just be careful because who knows what you're dealing with when you first meet people. This person volunteered for Eat Predators. After being asked to leave the organization, Haley McMurray, this so-called alleged stalker, made numerous threatening posts about Alexa and her family. He even moved, this part is the part that freaked me out, moved from Marin County, which is approximately 8 hours away from where Alexa was living, to approximately 10 minutes down the road from Alexa. Okay, so this person lived 8 hours away and moved to 10 minutes down the road. On 3 separate occasions, this person stalked Alexa for hours on end. Again, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just reading the allegations. Below are some contextualized screenshots of social media posts that this alleged stalker made about Alexa and her family that were submitted in support of Alexa's restraining order against the person. Okay. So these are just screenshots Alexa included in her restraining order request. The request was granted. Makes a cold and dead threat. If the universe tries to rip one more thing that I love out of my hands, they're actually going to be cold and dead. Chill the F out. Let's start being nice. This one, I gotta be fair, I gotta be honest. I don't really think this is really threatening because there is, in my opinion, referring to the hands. Tries to rip one more thing out of my hands. They, the hands, right, are going to be cold and dead. Like, you're going to kill me if you keep trying to take stuff from me. I don't take this particular one, taken one by one, I don't take this one as a threat. This one, however, yeah, maybe a little bit more so. Posts a GUN photo with Alexa's name. See how it's like, a few months later, 2 months later, it's kind of escalated. One day after physical stalking, apparently. Oh, you're a leftist? Name everyone who has left you. I'll name the last few people who left me. Melanie Veronica, shout out to her. Jaden Young, Shelby Hill Phillips, Alexa NIKOLAS, Michael Gray. They're so committed to protecting fragility that they're forcing me to play the role of villain since I insist upon accountability. See, it's a pew pew. And they're naming names. That starts to get a little bit like, Daily reminder, Alexa is not the leader of Eat Predators. She's been deeply harmful. She's stolen from people, refused to take accountability, childish chumps. This, again, maybe a little aggressive. I'm not sure that one's threatening. Yeah, this, it starts to get a little bit more so. Unalive your idols. It's the future. Bless your broken, cruel, beautiful mind for calling our shots. Kill your idols. Who are gods? Who are masters? Lean into your fires. Phoenix flock. Parlor tricks. Glue and popsicle sticks. Love bombs. Burn bridges too. It's not as bad as I thought it would be before happening to me, but it is still hell. This wickedness and your anxiety consuming the salt in my skin, licking the bones to taste the source of my splitting. Girl, I mean, I'll say I rebuke. Whatever that is. You knew I was torn between being a body and being a spirit better than most. I will say that's the most relatable thing this person has said. Sometimes it's just like, I don't really feel like I need this body. I feel like it's kind of a hindrance to things I need to do. You got to feed it, bathe it. Anyway, I'm just trying to make a little bit light of something that's obviously pretty depraved. Okay, so then there's a second event where Alexa had a protest or attended one. And then this person posts this picture of Alexa and says, that's okay. I got a plan. Yeah. After, quote, lying to the police about why he was there, Manny insinuates retaliation. Manny gunshots threat. I do threaten people. I threaten people who lie, abusers, manipulators, grifters. Try me. It's my legal right to do so. And it's the right thing to do. Well, I guess this person fucked around and found out that is not your legal right to threaten people. That is not true. Okay, so it just goes on and on. Again, I don't want to focus on the too much here, but what I will say is there's a Alexa's kid here, and I'm not even I'm not even showing the face, even though it is a public record. There used to be a clothing brand. Okay, interesting, called Unalive Your Idol. That's interesting. So let me just move on it says, oh, is this post bothering someone? And then it says, report a violation of your privacy on Instagram. And then this is the picture got taken down. Thanks for your report. We reviewed the content you reported. It violated our terms of service and our community guidelines on image privacy, and we have removed it. So this person was with Alexa's child and holding them, and then posted it up on Instagram, and then was kind of taunting, allegedly, Alexa with her picture. Like, because remember, this person had volunteered for Eat Predators. So I can imagine Alexa thought this was a trustworthy person, brought the person around her child. And now this person has this picture of the child up, meaning Alexa's child. I'm like, oh, are you bothered by this? I would be. I would be. I mean, I don't have a child. I really don't know, but I think I would be. So then this person like doubles down and says, I own that picture. That image is mine. If you want anything less than that, you will file with a effing court, and you will get a judge to give me a court order after you explain to a neutral third party what I did wrong and why you are revoking consent. So basically, like, no, I'm putting the picture back up, like, F Instagram and their rules. You got to take me to court. And then apparently keeps talking about the 2-year-old. It's up, it's pinned, it's right where I put it because I had the full legal right to do so. Thank you kindly, Instagram, to not flex your caste system on me. I'll sue you. I'll win. You're wrong if you think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not even going to get into the analysis on that. It may truly be legal. It may truly be legal to post a picture, but like when you take it in combination with everything else, is it like the right thing to do? I don't really think so, but that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. And I'm not a judge, and this has already been decided in court. The restraining order was granted. So the next section, Alexa seeks and obtains a restraining order against this man. Due to his stalking and harassment, Alexa sought a restraining order against him, that man. Haley McMurray is the last name they're given. On April 12th, 2 years ago, 2023, or was it 24 or 23? I don't know if this year is right. Maybe it's 2023. I think it's 2024, though. The Superior Court for the County of Los Angeles granted Alexa's request for a restraining order against Haley McMurray. Specifically, the court found Alexa met her burden, showing that a reasonable person would perceive Haley McMurray as posing a credible threat of violence against them. In relevant part, the restraining order prevented Haley McMurray from harassing, intimidating, disturbing the peace of Alexa, her husband, or her daughter. It prohibited any contact with Alexa, her husband, or her daughter, either directly or indirectly in any way, including but not limited to in person, by telephone, in writing, by public or private mail, by interoffice mail, by email, by text message, by fax, by carrier pigeon. No, they didn't say that for real. Or by any other electronic means, and no posting on any social media of Alexa, her husband, or her daughter. On May 7th, 2025, so just a few months ago, 4 months ago, the restraining order was renewed. Okay, so the restraining order was granted and then renewed just a few months ago and expanded to encompass Alexa's husband and children. On July 21st, the Court of Appeals affirmed the restraining order. So somebody, the guy appealed the restraining order, and the appeals court even was like, yeah, no, we're keeping it. Last year, Haley McMurray had also filed to request his own restraining order against Alexa. As part of his filing, he filed countless documents that were irrelevant to his restraining order request. Alexa's lawyer says it was an attempt instead by this man to circumvent the restraining order and publicly basically harass, according to these allegations, and communicate grievances about Alexa because he couldn't talk to her, right? And couldn't talk about her publicly. So Alexa's saying, yeah, he just filed this stupid restraining order to get his little words out. Even though he had a restraining order against him, he wasn't allowed to talk about me. So this was the way he circumvented the restraining order. Okay, and they do attach it as Exhibit E. Notably, this man failed to prosecute his request for a restraining order. So he didn't even really give it the full good faith of trying to get the restraining order. He just wanted to put the shit out there publicly. That's the allegation here. Despite the fact that this man himself selected the hearing date, he requested a continuance of the hearing on the grounds that he needed more time to prepare, but the court denied the continuance and dismissed his request for a restraining order without prejudice. To date, he has never refiled the restraining order request. So this is just kind of, I think, trying to show that it really wasn't an attempt to get a restraining order. It was an attempt to further try to get his message out about her or to her, even though he wasn't allowed to really talk to her. This was the way he got around it. Okay. Next section says, Alexa explains why she took down the Drake Bell video. And Kat Tenbarge responds with the 18 questions. Girl, we 2.5 hours in and it's just starting to get to like the drama. Okay. Okay. On April 15th, 2024. Wait, when was this one? Hold on. April 10th. So April 10th was when that person filed a request for the temporary restraining order. April 15th, 5 days later, Alexa streamed live on YouTube. In the live stream, Alexa explained 3 things. Number 1, why she took down the Drake Bell video, which again, y'all are welcome to accept or not. It's not like true facts. You have to be okay with it. It's like, oh, she's giving you her explanation. Take it or leave it. In her live stream, she also explained why she blocked that anonymous exposing rich account, which I didn't need an explanation. If somebody's saying shit like that about me, I'm blocking them. And number 3, the hypocrisy of Kat Tenbarge's article for citing this exposing rich account when the account had engaged in the same harassment that Kat Tenbarge condemned in her article. So she's like, you write this article about harassment and people are getting harassed, but you're kind of platforming this anonymous AI generated picture account for doing exactly that, which is harassing. Like they're harassing me. So you a hypocrite. And then she said that Alexa said that in her live stream. On April 16th, the very next day, Kat Tenbarge sent Alexa, still working at NBC, remember, Kat Tenbarge is an NBC news reporter. She sends Alexa at the time, she's not anymore, but at this time she was. She sent Alexa an email about a forthcoming article that Tenbarge and NBC were going to publish about Alexa and Eat Predators. Now this one is that second one. Remember I told y'all you need to keep track because there's going to be 2. This is the second one. This one they're calling the, quote, unpublished article. In the email from Kat Tenbarge to Alexa, Kat Tenbarge, the NBC reporter at the time, provided a list of 18 questions to Alexa. A true and correct copy of the questions. The email is Exhibit F. The 18 questions indicated that Kat was going to paint Alexa as a fraud and a hypocrite who targeted the underage victim of Drake Bell's. It also readily was apparent from the 18 questions that Kat Tenbarge was aware of the restraining order and Haley McMurray's request for the restraining order, as many of the 18 questions were related to the documents submitted by that man in his request for a temporary restraining order. So TLDR, synthesized, summarized. That's what I wanted to say. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, just block party, everybody. Block. Sword of Truth said, my hot take, these people were all hired by Dan Schneider to discredit Alexa and stop her movement. COINTELPRO at its finest. I would not be surprised. I think when Alexa was on my channel a year or 2 or whatever, it was, I think maybe it was about a year ago, maybe more. When she was on my channel, we talked about that. We talked about movement infiltration. I had no idea all of this was going on at the time. I mean, I had some idea some things were going on, but like we talked publicly, like Alexa came on my channel. Me and Alexa didn't even talk to get her on my channel. I talked to her assistant. So it really was just like a blind interview. Brittany said, I would hire Mark Agnifilo too. She said, I'm behind, but I sure as hell would hire him if I needed to and I could afford to. Yes, I would. Dan Schneider is the Nickelodeon guy. He worked Schneider's Bakery. He was like basically like a contractor of some sort. I don't know if he was an official employee. But he worked with Nickelodeon, I'll say. For years. Okay. The chart below. Okay, so basically what the summary here is that Kat wrote the NBC article, the first one. It had referenced this exposing rich anonymous account or whatever, but eventually it was kind of updated to like stop including references to that. But what do we know? What do we know about defamation? Well, there's a public records exemption of sorts, and there is a litigation exemption. So I did have occasion to watch some of Adam McIntyre's video, which is not the point of today's video. If y'all want me to go over the commentary about the lawsuit, I can do that in a later video. But one thing that he did say, which I do want to address. And again, I have no issue with him personally at all. We actually have met and he was pleasant and just fine. Okay. So it wasn't like, oh my God, I don't like him or something like that at all. At all. But he does, and perhaps it's because he's not like familiar with the United States legal system or like law, defamation law, civil law, this and that. But he was taking huge issue with the fact that, Ethan Klein is like redistributing some of the allegations from the lawsuit on his Instagram stories and stuff. And Adam is saying, and I could understand why he would think this, that's the same thing that they're being accused of, is that Adam McIntyre is like, well, they're sharing these false allegations from a lawsuit. That's the same thing. It's not. It's not the same thing in the United States. And that's because when you're suing somebody, you're allowed to talk shit. Even kind of, if even this is not a good aspect of our system. Okay. I'm not a fan. Even if you know for a fact the shit you're putting in a lawsuit is fake and lies, you're kind of allowed to say it. We've seen this in the Justin Baldoni. We've seen this in, the Blake Lively and all that. Now, are you just allowed to commit perjury? No, of course not. That's technically not allowed. But in real life, like, it's kind of hard to prove that somebody knew for a fact that they were saying something false in a court filing and that they did it on purpose so that it would be disseminated publicly. I'm sure there's some cases, few and far between, which do this. There's always exceptions. But in general, saying something on NBCnews.com as if it is a fact is not legally the same standing as saying, and doesn't have a legal protection as saying something as if it is a fact in a lawsuit. Now, Adam, I do want to say, I think I mentioned this earlier, just in case I didn't, he has said some stuff in this lawsuit right here is false. And I would encourage y'all to go over there and watch his video if you want to hear it, sooner from him than whenever my video comes out, or if I don't make a video, I might not. Alexa has also made commentary on this lawsuit, so y'all should go check that out as well. But here we were talking about this April 16th email between Kat Tenbarge and Alexa concerning another article that a second article that Kat said that she and NBC were planning to publish or intending to publish. In the email, Kat Tenbarge provided a list of 18 questions for Alexa to answer. They attach them as Exhibit F. The 18 questions indicated that Kat Tenbarge was going to paint Alexa as a fraud and a hypocrite who targeted this underage victim from the Drake Bell lawsuit. It was readily apparent from the 18 questions that Tenbarge already knew about the restraining order request from the so-called alleged stalker. As many of the 18 questions were related to the documents submitted by this person. Now, to be fair, and in Kat Tenbarge's defense, the same exact thing that I just said about the litigation privilege also applies in the other direction. Okay. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. So in this situation, I definitely see where Alexa is coming from, in that it is unsettling, in that it is morally reprehensible for Kat Tenbarge to be using this person's kind of unhinged restraining order filings against Alexa. However, Kat and any news reporter has the right to go to talk and ask somebody why they filed documents, what the documents were about. Kat Tenbarge does need to have some decorum about it. She can't run pack and tell, oh, so-and-so said this. Oh, so-and-so said this. But in general, she is allowed to reach out to this so-called supposed stalker and at least ask questions. Now, what she does after asking those questions is different behaviors, which are up for a different scrutiny standard, okay? Different analysis. But she is allowed to ask some questions. And she did call him up and ask. So the chart below demonstrates which of the 18 questions were actually asked to Alexa. And there's a chart that they put in here where they kind of compare the questions that Kat Tenbarge posed to Alexa and then some stuff from the attempted restraining order from the so-called stalker, alleged stalker. I'm not going to get into them, but I'll go slowly. So if y'all want to pause and read it yourself and compare. The left column is Tenbarge, one of, her questions, a few samples. We've got question 18, question 5, question 1, question 7. And then they have it kind of like lined up with this restraining order request, how it's kind of like similar topics. Okay, question 7, question 11. You can pause here and read it if you want to. Question 8. Okay. Now, the next section says, Tenbarge relies on other, not credible, and highly biased sources. Her email also stated she was in contact with 5 former members of EAT Predators. Now, what I will say is this feels very COINTELPRO familiar. All right, this feels very, very anti-activism familiar, where a bunch of people come out the woodwork and act like they want to volunteer for you. They act like they want to work beside you on a human rights issue of public concern. And all of a sudden they start turning on you for no reason, just out of the blue. And it's like all these people who used to work with her turned. It's like, yeah, because that was y'all's freaking job from jump. I ain't stupid. Puh. Anyway, I don't know if that's what happened here, but it does kind of tingle the same way. You know what I mean? So Kat said she was in contact with, quote, 5 former members of EAT Predators. On April 26th last year, 2024, Tenbarge admitted in an interview that Luisa Salinas, was one of Kat Tenbarge's sources. Okay, so one of the so-called alleged sources was this Neela person. Salinas is what they're calling in the lawsuit for this unpublished article. So again, y'all, this is a second article that was going to be published. It never was, but it was a second NBC article. It's basically a hit piece. From what I can understand, it was a hit piece against Alexa. So there's all this information gathering going on by Kat Tenbarge, which so far is allowed. She's allowed to gather information. So she did contact the 5 former members of EAT Predators. She's allowed to do that. Additionally, there was another guy, Michaela Higgins, emailed Alexa on May 8th, stating that she was in contact with Kat Tenbarge. So this was also another likely source for the unpublished article. As explained in greater detail below, Salinas and Higgins are highly biased and unreliable former associates of Alexa. Salinas is a former volunteer of Eat Predators. So another former volunteer of Eat Predators. When Alexa met this person at a protest, so they met at a protest, what do we know about the Free Britney movement and our protests that we had there? There were infiltrators. There were people who were installed to be at protests and gather intelligence. This is reported by the New York Times. This was reported by Britney Spears' lawyer. This is not a conspiracy theory. We know people are planted at protests. If you meet me at a protest, chances we're going to become friends are very low. All right, very low. Because I can't trust people. Because stuff like this happens every single time. This person is a former volunteer of Eat Predators. Now, am I saying Salinas is an installed plant? No. I cannot possibly say that because I don't know. But shame on you if you fool me twice. No, me. I got the thing wrong. Shame on you if you fool me once. Shame on me if you fool me twice. That was supposed to be the punchline. Okay. Alexa observed this person when Alexa met this person at a protest. Alexa saw that Salinas was wearing an ankle monitor. That's red flag number 2, girl. When Alexa inquired about the ankle monitor, Salinas claimed it was related to allegations that she kidnapped her child across state lines. This person left Eat Predators after Alexa informed the volunteers of the organization about that alleged stalker's harassment. Salinas, and remember that one was Haley McMurray. This is a different person. Salinas, another former. There's 2 former Eat Predators members we're talking about here. The first one was the alleged stalker who has the restraining order. And I'm saying alleged just for like legal liabilities. I don't know if I'm allowed to call this person a stalker or not. I know there's a restraining order, so I don't want to accuse somebody of a crime if they didn't, just to be very, very safe. That's why I'm saying alleged, because I just want to be sure. It appears that there's a restraining order still out. So if this lawsuit is true, but again, y'all, I mean, I did not independently verify this stuff. I'm just reading the lawsuit. So this other person left Eat Predators after Alexa told the other volunteers about this Haley McMurray, the so-called stalker. Salinas sided with the so-called stalker, Haley McMurray, and lashed out against Alexa publicly. Salinas, the one with the ankle monitor from the protest, who kidnapped her own child, apparently, allegedly, or whatever, created an anonymous account on Twitter called Abuse of Power. So we have another anonymous account. The first one was Exposing Rich. Now this one is Abuse of Power. Different, this one apparently, allegedly, was started by this Salinas person who is a former volunteer for Eat Predators. Through the account, Abuse of Power, Salinas solicited complete strangers, many who never interacted with Alexa, for negative stories about Alexa. This has happened to me as well. People have turned on me and gone to the likes of drama channels to try to get them to make a video about me. But my reputation is so unimpeachable that the drama channels reached right back out to me and said, girl, you got a snake in the wood pile, or a mole in the camp, or a fox in the hen house, or whatever it was. You have a mole in your camp. They're out here trying to get me to make videos about you. You need to get rid of these people, basically. I mean, kind of thing. So someone asks, can using a biased source be held against a news outlet? I guess if there were sources she purposely didn't reach out to, it would be suspicious, but it seems pretty common. Yes. Agreed. Can using a bias source be held against a news outlet? It depends. And you do, from what I understand, you do bring up exactly the valid point. The point is that it isn't just that the biased sources or the unreliable sources were relied upon. It's that Tenbarge kept saying the documents are sealed. The documents are sealed. The documents are private. The documents are sealed. The documents are sealed. but that wasn't true. So there was like reliable sources she could have looked at to see if the documents were sealed, but she didn't do that. Instead, she just relied on this unreliable source. So I think that's the argument. I think that's the argument. Solicited complete strangers for negative stories about Alexa. Some of these individuals were used by Tenbarge as sources for the unpublished story. And again, in and of itself, that's allowed. Even if people don't like you, they can go and ask people that don't like you about a story, about a gathering, information. But if you're like intentionally ignoring very material contextual information, it can border on defamation. And this happened to me in that bullshit hit piece they try to make about me. I mean, it was a flop. It was a fail. Could have told him it was going to be. They should have just sided with me because I was right. They could have got a lot more views and people would have liked it and they would have maybe done something good for the world. But instead, they just lied about me. And if I had money, I absolutely would sue those freaking people because the little contract they try to make me sign is not enforceable. It's not valid. Why? Because there was no consideration. I had to spend my gas, my time, drive 3 hours from my house across state lines to go and try to get my story out to these idiots. Yes, that's what I call them, and that's what I freaking mean. Huh? If anything, I compensated them with my presence. So again, where's the consideration? Stupid. Anyway. You can use a bias source, but once it starts looking like you ignored everything else that's less bias, it could start to border on malice. Like you went out of your way not to learn the truth kind of thing. Okay. From February 25th, 2024 through May of this year, so February last year to May of this year, the abuse of power account, okay, amendment, retraction. I need to correct something I stated earlier, which was misinformation. Okay. Earlier, I said that other anonymous account, Exposing Rich, tweeted like 4,000 times. That's not true. Amendment, correction, retraction. It was this anonymous account, Abuse of Power. 4,000 tweets in a year and in a couple months. Now, did I go check and count? No, I'm just reading the lawsuit. Below are the true and correct screenshots of just a small number of the abuse of power posts made by this one right here, Salinas. Why does everything Alexa NIKOLAS does come off as a complete performance of a character she plays? The facial expressions are far too contrived. Like, am I cute as a 33-year-old grifter? Ooh, woo, throw up. I mean, y'all, if I find out that this person is the same exact hater that has the online fake hate accounts against me, I won't be surprised. It's like the same word formations and everything. Abuse of power now retweeting what was considered to be harassment, the gun picture. A meme is not a direct threat against your life. You intentionally mischaracterized in court documents and had fellow henchmen write statements attesting to fear while weaponizing your pregnancy. The same henchmen who grew to hate and leave you. People talk. It's as simple as that. Okay. Do you care? You're supporting a person who exploits children online, claims she has a stalker, weaponizing the legal system against a black man. Is that the kind of liberation you're talking about? Liberation for rich, abusive white women? Look, listen, y'all. I think in 2025, can we all agree? I mean, I guess I might be a little biased, but can we all agree? Put a 3 in the chat if you agree. Even white women shouldn't be being harassed. Maybe white women should be able to go down to the court and get a restraining order if they want one. I mean, maybe not. Maybe we're far enough down the hellhole that because the color of somebody's skin, they can't get a restraining order against somebody else. Maybe that's where we are. I thought maybe we could just all have equal protection of the law. I thought that's what the 14th and the 5th Amendment say. But what do I know? I don't like these fake anonymous accounts. I mean, I'm saying fake, but like, I don't like these anonymous accounts. Say it with your face and your chest or log off. Alexa is a dangerous grifter using the horrible bleep and bleep as her latest rebrand to segue into political advocacy. She betrayed and exploited many survivors who supported and helped her. Please read and do not fall for Alexa Nikolas's red herring rebrand of global activism. We don't bother your family. Enough people don't like you from your past that they send messages. Here are the screenshots with the names redacted so you don't harass survivors. Something Alexa might want to know. We aren't doing any of these things. Run by victims of Alexa. Alexa, you're not being stalked. You're being called out for your blatant exploitation. Well, a court disagrees. I mean, you can say what you want, but didn't a court grant a restraining order for this? Okay. Oh, this is interesting. When will you release survivors from NDAs? I don't know anything about that NDA stuff. Now, I did block this child's face out, but this is a public record, a public document. It did have the child's face, but just for personal reasons, I just personally, I don't want to put a kid's face, if I could help it. So I did black it out. Scary. Yeah, then she's calling out her mom. Scary that Alexa lets her kid be with her mom. She's posting pictures of Alexa's kids, still not taking accountability. So this person had a lot to say. But it isn't just this anonymous account. No. Cat Tenbarge enters the chat. And this kind of reminds me of the time that I busted Chloe Malos from NBC News following a hater account of mine. I did show y'all proof of that another time. Cat Tenbarge, the NBC News reporter with the Alexa Nikolas or the Eat Predators or the Quiet on Set article from NBC News pinned on this very, very Twitter, says Alexa harasses victims herself. That is an allegation of a crime, okay? That alone is defamatory or could be. And this isn't to tear down Cat Tenbarge. This is just my opinion. I'm not a judge. I'm not a jury. But what you really got to be careful, and this is not legal advice, is calling people things as if it's a fact when it didn't get proven yet. So saying Alexa Nikolas harasses people is accusing her as a fact of criminal activity. And that's just not somewhere that you probably want to be, especially as a mainstream news traditional journalist, but even as a just regular blogger or YouTuber, you can't say people are harassing people as if it's a fact unless they've been convicted. You see what I mean? So I would just be careful. It may even be true. I haven't seen Alexa harass anybody. And frankly, I haven't seen Cat harass anybody. And in fact, and indeed, this lawsuit isn't for harassment. It's for defamation. So I think that people throw around the word harassment a little too easy. I think harassment is something real serious and people just be calling anything these days. I haven't seen Cat Tenbarge harassing anybody, and I haven't seen Alexa harassing anybody either. But I think we got to be careful about just throwing words around, okay? Because that's kind of hard to defend. Alexa harasses people. She just made a live stream harassing me for trying to report on it. And that live stream includes the harassment of other victims. This person replies, what Alexa is doing with her platform and power is indicative of the abuse many survivors have alleged at Alexa's doing. She exploits survivors, silences them with blackmail and legal threats, and there's evidence and witnesses to this behavior. Okay, well, if that's true, I'd like to see it, because that's not cool. If she's doing that, that's not cool. So then this abuse of power starts to support Cat. Cat Tenbarge is one of the few journalists willing to give a voice to survivors of Alexa Nikolas. The situation has only deteriorated as of recent. She is currently weaponizing the legal system against two queer Black men with false allegations. Cat Tenbarge, I know you probably, this is all this year, right? Was last year. It says April 5th, so I think it's from this year. I know you probably want to move on from Alexa like a bad dream, but now that you're independent and covering so many important social issues in this modern age, it would be great if you would continue the fight of speaking out with Taylor Lawrence and Maddox Ziv. Because of the lack of voice and transparency, Alexa continually weaponizes the legal system against dissenters and expands her for-profit business as a self-appointed representative of victim advocacy, attracting new victims to exploit her cult of personality. Every day, people remain silent. One way you can get me off your side immediately is calling someone who's obviously not a cult leader, because that's one of the allegations they make about me. They say I'm a cult leader. Bitch, how could I have a cult when there's no meeting space? Where's our meetings, girl? I mean, in a live chat? I don't even have an email address list. How you can have a cult when you can't even talk to people? Please. A cult would require I'm talking to somebody directly and they talking back. No? You can just have a cult. You can just mind control a whole cult, never talk to anybody, never have a meeting place, never have any directives, never have any rules. What is the cult? What's the cult doing? Looking for the truth? I'm just curious. So when I see people just throwing out baseless allegations that somebody's a cult leader, or baseless allegations that somebody's stalking or harassing, whenever the stalking and harassing is just public court documents, that's like the fastest way to make me not take anything else you're about to say seriously ever again. Because it's called a dog whistle and it's aggravating and dishonest. Like, if you're really trying to get to the truth. Now, the person is entitled to their opinion that she's a cult leader, I guess. Heidi, I don't think so, buddy. Kat is just doing her job as a journalist. I thought journalists are supposed to make sure stuff's true. Because when you publish something under NBCnews.com and it's false and it's harmful, that's not being a journalist. So, no. Try again. Anyway. Okay. So those are the examples from this Salinas, this abuses of power. Salinas also created various articles on Medium, another pattern I've seen used against me before. Anonymous people who nobody's ever freaking heard of put up these Medium articles full of lies, and then you got to report them and they get took down because they're false and harmful. Like false, dangerous, and harmful. So yes, I'm a victim of that too. And honestly, it kind of makes me, in some ways in this lawsuit, like biased toward Alexa, because I just know it's like say no more, fam. Like I've been a target of this. Medium took down those articles for violating the terms of service. Salinas doxed the residents of Alexa's in-laws and publicly posted revenge corn of Alexa. Now, I didn't see this. I don't want to see it. I don't know if it's true. Okay, that's just what's being said. Then they get into another volunteer from Eat Predators, former volunteer. This is the third one. Higgins demonstrated great interest in being involved with Eat Predators initially. But afterwards, Higgins, this is something else I've dealt with, started demanding compensation, monetary compensation to protest, and stated that the only way that she was going to engage in any more advocacy is if she's paid. Volunteers wanting to be paid. It's just maddening. As a result of Higgins's obsession with making advocacy contingent upon monetary compensation, the relationship between her and Alexa soured. Alexa asked Higgins to leave the group. Upon leaving, Higgins became retaliatory. She disparaged Alexa and Eat Predators to other organizations. She also stole funds. This is an allegation in the lawsuit. This is not my allegation. I do not know. But the allegation is that this Higgins person stole funds from Eat Predators' Patreon account and deposited the funds into her own personal account. This person has a documented history of engaging in defamation. In early March 2024, Frederick Durand, aka DJ Snails, was awarded $1.5 million. And it just says 1.5 there, but look in the footnote, it says million. Against Higgins for defaming him in social media posts by falsely claiming he was an SUED predator. Okay, so this Higgins person who wanted to be paid to show up to a protest, like wanted to be a paid protester, like basically like, hey, I'm only doing this for crisis acting money, girl. I need money. Well, then don't come to the freaking Protest, stupid. Stay home. Ugly. I shouldn't say ugly. This person might be a beauty queen. I don't even know what they look like. But this person already lost a defamation suit and owes somebody a $1.5 million for claiming somebody was a sexual predator. Prior to that, they had been sued for defamation again, but the case settled. They move on to the next section. Alexa responds to Kat Tenbarge's 18 questions, and her lawyers warn NBC. On the same day that Kat Tenbarge sent those 18 questions to Alexa, Alexa called Kat Tenbarge up. Alexa explained to Kat Tenbarge that she would provide detailed written responses and supporting documentation in the coming days. Critically, during this call, Alexa offered to show Kat Tenbarge how to obtain the Bell records online. Remember, public records. This was to refute Kat Tenbarge's assertion that the records were sealed. This part is where I'm like, what? I want to give benefit of the doubt to Kat Tenbarge. I truly do. Again, in large part because she has operated in good faith with me. But this is inexplicable, unexplainable. I don't know why this is what happened. Perhaps it's not true. Perhaps it's not true. I don't know. I wasn't there. But if this is true, it's very confusing to me because it says Alexa tried to and offered to show Kat how to obtain the records, just to show, to prove they're not sealed. This was to refute Kat Tenbarge's assertion that the records were sealed. But surprisingly, Kat Tenbarge explicitly stated she was not interested in that information. Immediately after the call, Alexa memorialized this aspect of the conversation in a text message. Kat Tenbarge eventually agreed to receive the information on how to access the records in her written response, and here is the text. This is, I guess, Alexa. Hey, Kat. Sorry, I know you said you didn't want the Drake Bell docs on the phone from the Cleveland police records. We obviously spoke about them being publicly available. Are you sure you don't want them? I'm putting the file together. 12 hours later, Kat Tenbarge finally responds, if you want to include the Drake Bell docs in the file, that would be fine by me. No pressure either way. She's like, I don't really want to see them, girl. I'll let you know when we get the notification. About an hour later, hour and 10 minutes later, Alexa says, my response and evidence will be on a Google Drive. We needed more space than the WeTransfer, so it'll be on the Google Drive, and I'll let you know when it's sent over. So if Kat Tenbarge is an NBC News reporter, and she's supposed to be, remember that first page of the lawsuit, she takes big issue with people reporting blatantly false information. Remember who's going to hold these, who's disciplining these bloggers, whatever. Okay, true. I'm with her. You shouldn't be putting blatantly false and possibly false stuff out there about people. Totally agree. So then why is it she didn't want to see how these documents were procured? Wouldn't she want the truth to come out? I mean, she was the one who was bitching about bloggers putting out false stuff. So she should want to put out true stuff. So why is it, I'm going to ask again, she didn't want to see the documents? No pressure. What I do know from just kind of a little bit following the story here and there is that Kat has stated that it was her good faith belief that the documents were sealed, that these were private documents from a private, matter. They were sealed. It was about, an underage minor victim, and she didn't even want to look at them because she didn't want to get in trouble. She didn't want to get in trouble for looking at something sealed. Okay, fine. But look at this. And again, I don't know if it's true because I wasn't there, but if this is true, it really is going to mess up Kat Tenbarge's alibi. Because what this says is not Alexa offered her the documents. It says she offered, quote, to show Kat how to get the documents, just to show, like, look, this is how you would do it because it's public. Not, oh, here's the documents, they're public. Now, in this text message, it does say, you sure you don't want the documents? But in Kat's defense, she still could argue, I thought those documents were sealed. I truly, genuinely thought they were sealed. That's why I didn't want her to send me the documents. But she doesn't really explain, or it isn't really explained here, why she on the phone, Kat, didn't want to be shown how to obtain these documents. Again, this would have been hugely important for Kat and NBC's legal liability. You can't just say stuff's sealed if it's not. So I would think that for the truth, for accuracy, to make sure that she wasn't posting something false, that Kat would have absolutely tried to get the documents just to make sure that they were in fact sealed. Okay. So this is about a month after the Quiet on Set documentary came out. Alexa provided 115 pages of written responses and supporting documents to those 18 questions that Kat had sent to her. The instructions on how to access the records were also provided in response to the third question. Alexa also provided Tenbarge with a Google Drive of other documents and also included the publicly available Bell records. So on this last category, fine. Let's say this one falls off because Kat was like, I don't want to look at private documents of as assault. That's wrong. Okay. What about this? The instructions on how to access the public records. They were included, and Kat seemingly did not try to get them, and instead kept saying they were sealed. This is going to come down to a factual matter. Were they sealed? Were they not? On April 19th last year, Alexa's prior counsel sent a letter to NBC's legal department about this unpublished article. The letter was to ensure that NBC did not proceed with publishing defamatory statements against Alexa or Eat Predators. Kat Tenbarge was not a recipient of that first letter. A true and correct copy is attached as Exhibit G. 5 days later, Alexa announced on her YouTube channel that she would be taking a hiatus due to Haley McMurray violating the restraining order and Tenbarge facilitating additional violations of the restraining order. A true and correct screenshot is contained below. This is her a year ago. Shortly after, I filed a police report against my stalker for violating his restraining order. He has retaliated and attempted to weaponize the court system to further stalk and harass me. Meanwhile, his enablers, including a journalist, I'm sure this means Kat Tenbarge, are orchestrating a malicious attempt to platform the stalker. This has been incredibly re-traumatizing, harmful to my well-being, and puts me and my family's life at serious risk. The fear for my life and my daughter's life has severely impacted my ability to live stream and focus on activism. Thank you to this community and to supporters who have reached out. I will keep you all updated as the situation develops. Sometime after Alexa provided her responses to Kat Tenbarge's 18 questions and the first legal letter, the cease and desist to NBC, or the demand letter, the first Kat Tenbarge article was surreptitiously updated. References to that anonymous account exposing Rich and other accounts were removed from that article. On Information and Belief, NBC took a closer review of the Tenbarge article after the first legal letter, and in response, NBC dictated the removal of references to exposing Rich and other social media accounts from the Tenbarge article due to their lack of reliability. Okay. So then the lawsuit goes on to the next section of Kat Tenbarge, quote, facilitates the stalker's breach of the restraining order. April 25th last year, Kat Tenbarge emails this Haley McMurray person. In the email, Kat Tenbarge acknowledged the existence of a restraining order. In the email, she asked the stalker, the alleged stalker, several questions about Alexa and the restraining order. They got the email attached. How'd they get that email, girl? Shortly after that, Haley McMurray responded to Kat Tenbarge. So the so-called stalker responds to Kat Tenbarge. In the written statement, this guy violated the restraining order by using Kat Tenbarge to communicate indirectly with Alexa, including making several false and disparaging statements about Alexa. In the email, Haley McMurray requested that he have until May 7th to provide his official comment. And that's Exhibit I. On May 7th, so on that day that he wanted to, have as a deadline, he sent follow-up written statement to Kat Tenbarge. In the email, this guy, apparently, according to this lawsuit, violated the restraining order again by discussing and disparaging Alexa. In addition, Haley McMurray, the guy, provided two links. The first link was a lawsuit complaint for malicious prosecution. The other link was a Google Drive containing those removed Medium articles. Alexa discovered Kat Tenbarge's correspondence on February 7, 2025. On that date, the so-called stalker submitted Kat Tenbarge's correspondence as evidence. Okay, that's how she got it. So he put it in court, trying to get a restraining order earlier this year, or trying to terminate the restraining order earlier this year. He put Kat Tenbarge's email in the lawsuit paperwork. The correspondence had the exact opposite effect. It emphasized why keeping the restraining order in place was necessary. And on May 7, 2025, the court renewed the restraining order and included Alexa's newborn son. Okay, so then NBC kind of enters the chat. They put an end to Kat Tenbarge's unpublished article. Sometime thereafter, NBC killed Tenbarge's unpublished article. She subsequently claimed that the article, quote, did not come out because Alexa wasn't viewed as a well-known enough person. This claim fails to withstand any scrutiny because in the period following the release of Quiet on Set, the public interest in Alexa was at its greatest that it's ever been in her life. And this is evidenced by numerous articles discussing her involvement in the series. And then they put all of these examples. On Information and Belief, the actual reason why NBC ended the unpublished article was, number one, because Alexa's compendium of responses and exhibits to the 18 questions, and number two, Kat Tenbarge's reliance on highly biased and unreliable and anonymous sources. As a direct result, Tenbarge lost significant credibility with NBC. And then Kat Tenbarge tried to blame that on Alexa. Again, this is not my allegation. I'm just reading the lawsuit. Okay. Adam McIntyre enters the chat. The next section, this is page 30 out of 42 of the lawsuit. Tenbarge attacks Alexa through Adam McIntyre. So literally exactly a year ago today, September 8th, 2024, Alexa made a post on Twitter containing a picture of Kat with the caption, quote, "One of the reasons I took a break." I remember when she posted this thinking Adam McIntyre's going to snap on her. I just felt it. And again, y'all, I haven't even commented on this story. I was staying out of it. But now there's a lawsuit we could read. In response, Kat Tenbarge deployed her close friend and gossip YouTuber Adam McIntyre to attack Alexa. Kat Tenbarge has been friends with McIntyre since he was a minor. Indeed, in a notorious episode, Kat Tenbarge provided Adam McIntyre with alcohol when he was only 16, when Adam was in the United States. Now, Adam has refuted this claim. He has stated that he was not in the United States before the age of 18. Again, I'm not trying to get into all Adam's allegations at the moment, but I do just want to say, if he's saying something's false, here you go. But again, y'all should go over there and watch his video if need be. But he has disputed this. I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, actually, I kind of was there a little bit, like a little bit, but not really. That is when I did meet Adam. It was like this time that he went to the United States, and whenever Tenbarge allegedly had like provided him with alcohol, but I wasn't around him while he was drinking alcohol, to my knowledge. When I met him, I thought he was 19. He was apparently 18 at the time, but anyway, apparently he wasn't 16. Maybe, I don't know, girl. I don't know. I wasn't there. You know, if he was 16, I certainly wasn't there. Tenbarge deployed her close friend, gossip YouTuber Adam McIntyre to attack Alexa. Tenbarge has been friends with him since he was a minor. She's also responsible for, quote, saving Adam McIntyre's YouTube channel after YouTube terminated his account in 2021 for harassment. Still about a year ago, one day after this, September 8th, this September 9th, 2024, Adam McIntyre released a video called The Truth About Alexa NIKOLAS, which they're calling the first Adam McIntyre video. The first Adam McIntyre video was a preemptive attempt to defend Tenbarge and to paint Alexa as attacking the minor victim of Drake Bell. Adam McIntyre attempted to provide Tenbarge's alibi to support her claim that the records were sealed. And this video I did watch, or one around this time, I think it was that one. And he was so adamant. He was like, these records are sealed. I'm paraphrasing here, but he was like, Alexa NIKOLAS is deranged and unhinged for even trying to send anybody these records. These are private, sealed records. This is horrible. And he said it with such conviction that I was like, maybe he knows something I don't. Maybe he knows something I don't. So he says, this is a quote from that video. If someone could please redirect me to maybe a place online where Alexa has said she has them, the documents, or how she got them, I would love to know. And again, y'all, that's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, you can say what you want about Alexa, but I mean, one thing, she loyal. She wasn't snitching on this Kate Taylor girl until 2 days ago in this lawsuit. She wasn't saying even how she got them. She just said they are public records and anybody can get them from the public records requests. Adam said if anyone could redirect me to a place online where Alexa said she has these documents or how she got them, I'd love to know. I would really love to know. All I know right now is that Kat called the court and the court is saying for that amount and the subject, it would really only be lawyers. But I would love for someone to direct me to a place where Alexa has said why she got them. Or I guess how she got them. Alexa's lawyer said this excuse fails to withstand scrutiny. It's well known that there's a First Amendment right to access judicial records in a criminal proceeding. Everybody knows that. The clerks of court would also be able to determine whether a case is filed under seal pursuant to Ohio law. It would require a court order sealing the documents. Rather, this was an excuse. This is Alexa saying this, right? This is her lawyer. This was an excuse that Tenbarge basically just made up. Tenbarge just fabricated this to conceal her blind repetition of the exposing riches claim about the Bell records being sealed. This is not only glaring intentional falsehood in the first. Oh, sorry. This is not the only glaring intentional falsehood in Adam McIntyre's video. In the video, he repeats a false claim that could only be attributed to Tenbarge, that Alexa never responded to the questions. This is the quote. Tenbarge has been working on a deep dive of Alexa NIKOLAS and EAT predators. And within that deep dive, Kat has spoken to 6 members of EAT predators. And obviously, with journalism comes the other side of the story. That involves reaching out to Alexa, who is, the biggest part of EAT predators, and getting her side. And yeah, probably challenging her on allegations and accusations that a lot of them have been public. So she went into silence and is now blaming Kat. Okay, so that was something that Adam said on his video. They said this is an intentional falsehood too. McIntyre knew it to be false in the first McIntyre video. Now, if they're going to say he said falsehoods he knew to be false, they should just sue him. That's my opinion. You're going to say he defamed, you got to sue him too. In the first video, he reads from the first legal letter to NBC, which Tenbarge leaked to Adam McIntyre in violation of NBC's policy not to disclose any unpublished news or news gathering information. Ooh, could this be why she got fired? I don't know. I wasn't there. They didn't send me the pink slip, girl. Don't ask me. McIntyre stopped. This part is bad, y'all. Adam, why did you do this? Shady. It says Adam stops reading from the first legal letter to NBC just before the sentence discussing Alexa's responses to the questions. So Adam goes on his channel and is like, Alexa never responded. Alexa never responded to Kat's 18 questions. Come to find out, yeah, she did. And Adam just like didn't read the part of the letter where it says like, oh yeah, she did respond. He just skipped that part. Tenbarge's defamatory statements. Okay, so last year, almost exactly a year ago, tomorrow will be exactly a year ago, September 9th, 2024, Kat Tenbarge made a series of posts on X that she knew were false or were made in reckless disregard for the truth. This is the defamatory statements on X. Okay, these are the X defamatory statements. Quote, this is from Kat Tenbarge. This is one of the things that she's getting sued for tweeting. Quote, all this proves, Kat says, is that you have been sending around sealed documents from Drake Bell's court case unprompted. As the text from you shows, I did not want them as you insisted. All in an effort to undermine his underage victim's testimony that you previously defended. Okay, that's defamatory statement number one. Allegedly defamatory. This has got to go to court. I don't know what's defamatory, what's not. I can give my opinion, but this is just what's being alleged. The next allegedly defamatory statement from Kat Tenbarge is, quote, this was before I confirmed with the Cleveland. Okay, so I confirmed with the Cleveland court. If this is true, it's going to be very hard for Alexa to win this case. Because if Kat Tenbarge did, in fact, call up the court and say, hey, are these records public? And the court, in fact, said, no, girl, they are sealed. Then she wouldn't have the knowledge. You have to say something if it's about a public figure. You have to say something knowing it's false or kind of like going out of your way to not learn the truth. Alexa, though, can come back and argue. Kat Tenbarge had the way to look these documents up to see if they were public or not. It wasn't calling the clerk. I gave her instructions in response to question 3. She didn't answer it. So it could go back and forth. I don't know how it will go. But this is an allegedly defamatory statement. And one of the causes of action kind of thing. Quote, this was before I confirmed with the Cleveland court that these documents were not publicly available. So she said she confirmed with the court that the documents are not public. And before I opened the files you sent me and saw they were also unredacted. Again, she's saying it's unredacted. Alexa's saying they are redacted. And she got them redacted. And bore no evidence of being submitted to court in the first place. It was very disturbing, Kat said. Another quote, they were not marked by city, county. They appeared to be internal documents used by Drake's legal team. Quote, yes, they do. None of them were redacted at all. She comments on something on X that Alexa posted. Quote, you did no such thing. That would be called a FOIA request, and it would take months to years to get docs back, and they would be heavily redacted if you ever got them at all. They certainly would not send hundreds of documents containing private info like you sent me. Do you see the level of like confidence that Kat Tenbarge was speaking with? That's what scared me off reporting on this case. You should have did a FOIA request. That would take months or years. Not necessarily. That's not necessarily true. And as we saw, it only took one day. It would be heavily redacted. Well, Alexa said they were. They certainly, look at this confidence, certainly would not send hundreds of docs containing private info like you sent me. I don't know how she has this certainty. And that's why I'm like, she must know something I don't. Another allegedly defamatory statement, quote, from Kat about Alexa. First, she said she got him from the court. Then she said she got him from police. So interesting. Courts and police officers famously love to give random people hundreds of documents concerning alleged child S abuse. And it is famously very legal to tweet and live stream images from those documents. Again, y'all, another thing that kind of scared me off reporting on this, because I'm like, this girl is an NBC News reporter, a real journalist. She's tisking all of us bloggers as not being good as mainstream. So I'm thinking at the very least, she must got her shit together. She must know, because look how confident she is. And then it's kind of like scary. Oh yeah, you could, it's very legal. It's almost like she's implying that it's illegal, like it's criminal. Like, do you see what I mean? First, Alexa said she got him from the court, then the police. So interesting. Courts and police officers famously love to give random people hundreds of documents concerning child S abuse. And it is famously very legal to tweet and live stream images from those documents. It's almost like she's accusing Alexa of doing something criminal or illegal. It's hard to read between the sarcasm. I mean, I do have a little on the spectrum touch, you know what I mean? So maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but this looks like she might be implying to share these documents, these public documents, would be a crime. So I was staying away. Next allegedly and final allegedly defamatory statement that was posted on X on this day, about a year ago, September 9th, 2024. Quote, notably, the documents you can access through this method are not the documents you sent me. They are the public records, around 30 pages of them, but they contain no personal information. You sent me hundreds of documents from the case itself. Okay, but it didn't end there on September 9th. There was more. Also on that very same day, Alexa did a live stream called The Truth about Tenbarge. Tenbarge, quote, invaded Alexa's live chat for the video and doubled down on her defamatory statements. This is some of the stuff that Tenbarge went into Alexa's live stream and allegedly typed out. And they have the little, links here from those statuses. Oh, there's no link here. I guess it's all in this live chat. So on September 9th, she made statements on X in writing, and she also made statements in Alexa's live chat. On September 9th, 2024, she went into the live stream and, quote, doubled down on the defamatory statements. Quote, all my sources are survivors who went to Alexa for help and support and were betrayed by her, sadly. They shouldn't even have those sealed documents. See how it makes it seem so scary? Like, why does she have sealed documents? If Alexa and her husband even understood what the documents are, but they don't. They think these documents are public. Again, doubling down. The documents are private. The documents are sealed. Drake's lawyer hired a private investigator to interview random women. One of them made anti-Semitic Semitic comments in the sealed documents. Again, the sealed documents. Alexa sent me these sealed docs, all caps, sealed docs. These docs are all capped. All caps, sealed. So she's just rapid fire. Comment in the live chat. Maybe you got them from Drake Bell. Receipts of the documents being sealed posted by multiple people. Receipts of the documents being sealed posted by multiple people. Again, they're sealed. It's defamation to say the sealed court docs are sealed. Good luck with that, Tenbarge said. I asked in my question where Alexa got the sealed docs, and she has still never answered. Alexa said, yes, she did answer that question, and Kat's lying. No, I don't know. They did include the exhibit. I don't know if it's on this specific filing, if I have the version with the exhibits or not. The public, there's another allegedly defamatory statement that was made by Tenbarge in the live chat of Alexa's September 9th, 2024 video. Quote, the public documents don't match up with the document Alexa tweeted a few hours ago. She tweeted a sealed doc, not part of the public docs. They don't even know the difference between sealed and public documents, I fear. The court clerk in Cuyahoga said she didn't know how Alexa got these documents. This right here doesn't get you very far for me. I'll just say it. I'm trying to be fair, both sides. I don't think this is kind of one of these things, not like the other. Because Alexa did not do the public records request. So the court clerk might just not know how Alexa got the documents. The court clerk would have no idea how Alexa got the documents. So I don't think that one bullet point is that big of a deal. Another allegedly defamatory statement, quote, she posted a sealed doc from the Drake Bell court case that could be considered a misdemeanor. Okay, so accusing Alexa, it's implicitly accusing her or implying, that she's committed a crime, a misdemeanor criminal offense. I feel so horrible for Drake's victim. Alexa is put her sealed info on Twitter. Again, Alexa said that the whole file was redacted of any personal identifying information of this victim. Alexa, you're going to, quote, leak a victim's sealed documents. Do you see what I mean now? Like, people who didn't follow the case. Do you see what I mean now? How confident and like certain Kat Tenbarge appears to be that these are sealed. Do not release. It could be a misdemeanor. It could be a crime to talk about these documents. So I was like, looks public to me. But why would Kat Tenbarge be acting so certain? She's calling it a leak. Why would you leak these sealed documents? If the documents aren't sealed, then prove it. Well, this one really would piss me off because Alexa apparently did try to prove it. Okay, and true, correct copy of the screenshots are there as Exhibit K. Paragraph 65, Tenbarge's false statements spread across the internet like wildfire. And I will tell y'all, I'm not under penalty of perjury or anything. You can believe me or not. But this type of stuff that was being tweeted by Kat Tenbarge and perpetuated and restated or stated by Adam McIntyre were largely and predominantly influential on me as to like, I don't even want to touch this because they seem so certain. Like, I confirm with the court. It's very disturbing. Nothing was redacted. She has private documents. This would take too long. It's illegal to do what she's doing. They have sealed documents. These are sealed. Docs are sealed. There's receipts of the docs being sealed. Sealed court documents are sealed. I asked my question where Alexa got the sealed documents. She never answered. The public documents don't match up with the documents she tweeted a few hours ago. She tweeted a sealed document. She's saying it real certain. And if it's not sealed, prove it. It's like, damn, she seems really confident. These statements spread across the internet like wildfire. Countless videos and social media posts were made, repeating the false statements that Alexa publicly disclosed sealed documents to attack Drake Bell's victim. The so-called alleged stalker even included screenshots of these videos in support of his request to terminate the restraining order. In the aggregate, these videos were viewed by millions of people. A true and correct screenshot is below. So here's the video. I think these are Adam videos addressing Alexa NIKOLAS. Live stream. Alexa NIKOLAS is her own biggest problem. Alexa NIKOLAS is back. Alexa posted personal police documents, the truth about her, public perception. There's a lot of videos. In and of itself, he's allowed to make videos. Adam can make videos. Like, you're allowed to make a video just like Alexa is allowed to make a video. What you're not allowed to do is defame people. But it looks like Adam is out of the woods. Doesn't look like he's actually going to be being sued or anything. He's not mentioned here, at least. So a few days later, Adam McIntyre made a live stream entitled Addressing Alexa NIKOLAS's Live Stream. This was the, quote, second Adam McIntyre video, or the second McIntyre video. In this video, he repeats several of the defamatory posts made by Kat just a few days earlier. This was an attempt to discredit and disparage Alexa. That same day, and in response to the second Adam McIntyre video, Alexa made a post on X containing a link to the police records. In the post, she explained, quote, "Kat lied to everyone and defamed me with malicious intent. These documents shared privately to her via Google Drive when questioned by her were not sealed. I sent them to show her they were not sealed. These are public, redacted records. Here they are." About 5 days later, Alexa's prior lawyer sent NBC's lawyer another letter, the second legal letter. The second legal letter to NBC identified Kat Tenbarge's defamatory statements and explained how Adam McIntyre and others repeated those false statements. In this second legal letter to NBC, they identified statements by Tenbarge that indicated that NBC approved of Kat's defamatory statements. On September 24th last year, Adam McIntyre then goes and posts on X containing a picture of Kat Tenbarge and Adam McIntyre together with the caption, "Alexa NIKOLAS's nightmare." This was, quote, "an obvious attempt by McIntyre and Tenbarge to taunt and bully Alexa by claiming victory that their false narrative has successfully painted Alexa as a fraud and hypocrite." The next month, October 2024, NBC responded to Alexa's lawyer. In the letter, NBC expressly disclaimed that the defamatory statements from, earlier the month prior, like Kat's statements on X and Kat's statements in the live chat, were done within the scope of her employment. So they were basically just pointed the finger right at her. They were like, "That don't have nothing to do with us." NBC further disclaimed any involvement or responsibility for Kat Tenbarge's defamatory statements. So they had written a letter, and that one is also attached. The NBC letter from the lawyers is attached. That's Exhibit M. On January 22nd this year, Kat was fired from NBC. Now, they do speculate in the lawsuit as to why she was fired, but this is speculation, and I don't know if it's true. On information and belief, a contributing factor to Kat being fired from NBC was, number one, her, quote, "irresponsible reliance on anonymous or unreliable sources," and number two, her defamatory statements toward Alexa. So then they get into the causes of action. A defamation, repeats and realleges on September 9th, published various defamatory statements about Alexa on X. So these are the ones we already read. They're just repeating and realleging. All this proves is that you have been sending around sealed documents from Drake's court case unprompted, as the text from you shows I did not want them and you insisted, all in an effort to undermine this victim's testimony that you previously defended. Yes, they do. None of them were redacted at all. We read all these. We just read it. Okay. Paragraph 74. Whether explicitly or from the context in which they were made, the X statements and the live chat statements were of and concerning Alexa. The defamatory statements were intended and interpreted as assertions of fact because all these reasons. Number one, Kat Tenbarge claimed to have personal knowledge of the facts underlying the defamatory statements. This, I would say, I would agree with. Kat was the only one who could possibly say, did Alexa respond to the questions, the 18 questions, or not? The only person who could possibly say it with credibility would be Kat. And Kat said that Alexa did not respond to the questions. And also, personal knowledge of the Eat Predators, former volunteers, and all that. The defamatory statements were intended and interpreted as assertions of fact because, two, Kat Tenbarge held herself out as a journalist who had specialized knowledge of the underlying facts and circumstances. Number three, she portrayed herself as neutral and unbiased. Okay, I'm not neutral. I'm not unbiased. However, in this particular case, because I laid it all out telling y'all what my biases were one way or the other way and all that, I think I am pretty neutral here. I'm trying to just give my opinion on stuff, but where I have biases, I do tell y'all, and that's because I'm not NBC. I'm just a girl on the internet. Alexa says the defamatory statements were intended and interpreted as assertions of fact because number 4. Kat held herself out as an investigative reporter whose focus was exposing online SUL predators and their enablers. Number 5, whether Alexa disclosed sealed court and police records is susceptible to being proven true or false. And that is a very important point. Okay. If something is ever going to be found to be defamatory, it has to be given as if it has to be stated as if it's a fact. And for something to be stated as if it's for something to be stated as if it is a fact, it has to be capable. The statement has to be capable of being proven true or false. So, it was 20 degrees in Baton Rouge on, the coldest day ever in 1921. You can go look that up and see, the weather records or whatever. Actually, I don't know if you can look up 1921. Maybe I got too overzealous there. But, there's like certain factual things. He has high blood pressure. He's a convicted S offender. He's a whatever. Those are factual assertions which can be proven true or false. Something that can't be proven true or false is, I'm hungry. Well, how can you really prove if somebody's hungry or not? So that's going to end up being very important, because if you're just saying your opinion, you can't really prove it true or false. How are you going to prove somebody's opinion? But if you're saying Alexa posted sealed court documents over and over and over and over and over again, and millions of people eventually become aware of that allegation, that can be proven true or false. It says the defamatory statements were false. The records were not sealed. They were publicly available. There was one sealed document. Other than that, the court records were publicly available. The Bell police records were also publicly available from the City of Cleveland police website. Therefore, the defamatory statements were false because Alexa did not publicly disclose sealed court records as regarding Bell's victim. The defamatory statements were defamatory per se and caused Alexa special damages. Kat Tenbarge's defamatory statements charged Alexa with committing a serious crime of publicly disclosing sealed documents about an alleged SUL abuse victim who was a minor. Yeah, it is a serious crime. The defamatory statements damaged Alexa's professional reputation as a survivor advocate by claiming that she would attack and discredit and reveal private and personal identifying information on an abuse victim who was a minor. This caused Alexa and her organization Eat Predators to lose a significant amount of support, both moral and financial. The defamatory statements are not covered by any privilege. They are not covered by the fair and true reporting privilege, as Tenbarge falsely claimed these records were not publicly available when they were. Kat Tenbarge made defamatory statements with knowledge of their falsity and reckless disregard for the truth for several reasons. When Alexa provided Kat Tenbarge the opportunity to find the records online or request the records online herself, Kat Tenbarge expressed that she was not interested in the information. Kat Tenbarge also claimed to have sought the Bell records from the Cuyahoga County Courthouse, who claimed the Bell court records were sealed. This is patently false, as the records are publicly available. Each of the Bell court records correlates with a docket entry in the case, with the one exception of the Drake Bell sentencing memo that was sealed solely for containing medical and health information about Drake Bell and not his victim. Third, Kat Tenbarge claimed that the Drake Bell records contained information about Drake Bell's victim, that she personally reviewed the records. She clearly did not review the records because, number one, there's no reference or information about the victim in the records. And number two, all information about the victim was redacted from the police records before Alexa ever even got them. Paragraph 83 says, fourth, Kat Tenbarge made no attempt to investigate whether the police records were public. And she refused Alexa's assistance to locate them. Fifth, Kat Tenbarge repeatedly relied on highly biased and unreliable sources, such as court documents filed by the Stalker himself, and anonymous online accounts that had a clear bias against Alexa, such as exposing rich and abuse of power. And number 4, she relied on highly biased sources, including Salinas and Higgins. Sixth, Kat Tenbarge was motivated to make the defamatory statements to exact revenge. So this was her mens rea, the revenge. Why? Because Alexa successfully ended. Okay, so this is actually important. I'm going to put this in the red box. Why would Kat do all of this? That was a question, not why. What motivation does she have to just be lying about people? Well, I'm not saying this is true, but it does give some type of possible explanation. The motivation was revenge. Because number 1, Alexa, quote, Alexa successfully ended the unpublished article. Remember that second one, like the hit piece type thing? That got ended. And number 2, exposing Kat Tenbarge's use of unreliable and highly biased anonymous sources to NBC, which damaged Kat Tenbarge's professional reputation. Okay, so why would she do this? Well, Alexa says Kat Tenbarge is doing this because she wanted revenge, that she didn't get to put out her little hit piece, and that her professional reputation was tarnished because of the legal letter that Alexa's lawyer sent to NBC last year. Kat Tenbarge knew and intended her defamatory statements about Alexa to be repeated by other online content creators, including, but not limited to, Adam McIntyre. Kat Tenbarge's defamatory statements had a catastrophic effect on Alexa's reputation. The defamatory statement, she didn't make a video for a year on YouTube. I mean, pretty much. The defamatory statements successfully painted Alexa, who is a staunch advocate for survivors of S abuse and assault, as supporting sexual predators and attacking an underage victim. Tenbarge's defamatory statements forced Alexa to withdraw from public life. Now, nobody asked me, but if Alexa asked me, I would say that didn't force you, girl. You get your butt back on that screen and you keep making your videos, because nobody can force you to do nothing. F these people, sue these people, whatever you got to do. That being said, I fully support somebody's desire to want to withdraw from a public facing persona or from public life if they're dealing with this. Okay. If they feel like they got to do it, I'm not saying, she shouldn't have, but I'm just saying, using words like forced kind of gives Kat Tenbarge just a little bit too much power, because nobody can force me to stop posting videos unless somebody terminates this account. And then I'm probably going to be, somehow figuring out how to do it. Okay. Within the rules. All right. So nobody asked me, but that's what I would say. Kat Tenbarge's defamatory statements also irrevocably damaged Alexa's professional relationships and standing with other survivor advocates and survivors. And this has severely hindered her professional development. And I mean, y'all said it in the chat with the ones and the twos or whatever a while ago, like, these Kat Tenbarge and Adam McIntyre allegations did affect the way that you saw Alexa, affected the way that y'all viewed her. And again, she was in the chat earlier. I did not tell her I was making this video. I did not tell anybody to tell her I was making this video. I decided to make this video this morning and I went live this morning. She did not put me to this. She did not know I was making this video. She did not tell me to say any of these talking points. And without that, I still even asked y'all, were you one of the people whose opinion was affected by the Kat Tenbarge allegations? And y'all said, yeah, some of y'all. The false and defamatory statements damaged Alexa's reputation in the general public, in her profession, in her personal life, in her neighborhood, and with friends, relatives, and neighbors. As a direct and proximate result of the publication of the false and defamatory statements, Alexa has suffered significant general, actual, consequential, and special damages, including, without limitation, impairment of reputation and standing in the community and in her profession, personal humiliation, mental anguish and suffering, emotional distress, stress, anxiety, lost earnings, and other pecuniary loss. Now, she's not suing for these as causes of action, but she is saying that these are the types of harm that she has suffered as a result of these allegedly defamatory statements and posts. Tenbarge has engaged in the alleged conduct above with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, and again, I'm not saying this, I'm just reading. Accordingly, Alexa is entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Up to at least starting at 150,000, but who knows, might be more. Punitive damages to punish and deter her. So compensatory damages is a different type of amount of money. Like, this is to compensate her for certain things, but then there's punitive damages to kind of punish and make an example. And also Alexa's costs, attorney's fees, and such other relief as the court deems just and proper. Kenneth Freundlich and Ram, this is the guy who is, I'm going to just say, a boss, a beast. Ram Bar Nissim. There's two different law firms. Okay, so this is the H3H3 lawyer. I mean, this is public. Like, she even said it publicly, Alexa did, that she and H3H3 had the same lawyer. She demands a jury trial. Thanks so much. New life plan for the $4.99. I missed the beginning. Do you have any bias? Girl, it was like a 30-minute intro. You're going to have to go back and watch it. But essentially, like, the long and short was like, and thank you for the $4.99. Essentially, the long and short was like, I kind of have had like personal interactions with all these parties mentioned, like, except H3, but he's not mentioned in here. Like, Adam McIntyre, I met at the Britney rally back in 2021. And Kat Tenbarge, I did too. Alexa, I don't remember if I met her in person or not, but I definitely had her on my channel. So because they're on like two different sides of the lawsuit, I just wanted to make it very clear that, you know, I had like personal interactions with them before, because that's kind of different than my usual coverage. But yeah, you'll have to go back and watch the whole thing, girl. It was like 4 hours ago when I did that. Thank you for the $4.99 super chats. Now, Alexa, I think she's going live today. Yeah, Alexa's going live in like 25 minutes. Let me pull this up. Or is it a live or a video? Hold on, I'm going to show y'all so you can see. This is her channel, Eat Predators, and see, she made this video 11 months ago. It looks like that is her most recent live until 2 days ago. So 11 months ago, she made this video. No, not that. This one. The truth about Kat Tenbarge. Then 2 days ago, I sued Kat Tenbarge and what actually happened with Drake Bell. Now, as you can see, I haven't even finished watching it. I haven't even barely got started watching it. You know, this is how far I got. Then she made one 2 days ago. Again, I sued Kat Tenbarge, continued. So this one's an hour and a half. This one's 3 hours. I'm going to watch them. I would encourage you to do so as well. But then there's this one. I got my notification on. That's for today. 17 people are already waiting. Unmasking Adam McIntyre and Kat Tenbarge. Now, again, y'all, I mean, I don't know why Alexa did not sue Adam. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus either. Like, I'm not like, oh, go sue Adam. But it just, from a legal perspective, I don't know why she didn't, because it is clear. It is clear that she includes them together. Now, it might be because he's in the UK, or whatever, wherever he lives. I don't understand this question, Holly Tash. It's like kind of ambiguous. So it's okay to be mistaken in court filings, allegedly grooming, essentially. You have to do a little better than that. What's the question? It's okay to be mistaken in court filings, alleging grooming, essentially. I don't get the question. I'm not coming at anyone, but I assume that'd be suspicious to y'all. No. Oh, I see. You're trying to take up for Cat Tenbarge. So you're saying you're gonna have to rephrase the question. I'm having to do too much like mental gymnastics because the way that you phrase this question is very, very sarcastic. So because I'm on the spectrum, I'm not even gonna try. I think you may be taking issue with the litigation privilege, which I think I did say explicitly. I don't like it. I don't like that legal warfare practitioners can make false allegations in court filings with their full chest and not get in trouble for it. I don't like that. It is suspicious to me, but I don't make the rules. So I don't know why I'm getting attacked for it, which a little sassy little comment you made, girl. You got to turn off stand talk just a little bit when you address me, because that shit gets on my nerves when y'all talk like that to me. I'm not a stan account on Twitter. I'm a human being and I'm God's favorite. So I need y'all to ask a direct question and not do this. Ain't that suspicious to y'all? Not coming for anybody. Shut up. Ask like an adult. Anyway. It's just questions need to be phrased in a respectful way. Okay. Look at this. This is the article, what used to be. Should we try to find it on the way back? It's just like, I don't like it when I'm getting accused of stuff. Whenever I make it very clear, like, I go so far out of my way. I literally break my own back, bending over backwards to try and explain stuff to y'all. And then it's like, well, what about da 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 da? It's like, girl, my back is sore from the back bends I just had to do explaining this shit to y'all. And it's like, what? That's not suspicious to you? Anybody can say anything? Yeah, hell yeah, it's suspicious to me. I just said it. Anyway. Okay. The Wayback Machine has not archived it. Girl. See, that's going to be hard too. Okay. So people don't want to act right. So goodbye. Monica knows. The thing about it is, y'all, I know I seem a little bit crass and I know I seem a little bit quick to assume bad faith on the behalf of people, but when you've been abused, traumatized, harassed, stalked, you just can't take chances with people. And I can usually tell, I'd say I got about a 90% success rate. And if somebody really is coming at me in good faith, or if somebody's just being a little bitchy little stan account, 10% I mess up. Sometimes people they just catch strays. And I am sorry to y'all. Some people just get accidentally blocked. I'm so sorry. But just in general, I'm usually not wrong. Once I say my one little comment, people sometimes, oh, I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. Whatever. That's fine. I don't even think you got to grovel. But if there's like a miscommunication and then you're like doubling down and continue to be sassy and passive aggressive, then just get off my channel. You don't belong here anyway. Go away. Nothing came up for that article, girl. I don't know. I don't know whose, side after reading this, am I on anybody's side? Still right now, I would say I need more information. There are exhibits that were attached to the back, but they weren't on this version that I have. Exactly. Here's what I will say. Here's what I can say. as the TLDR, conclusory thoughts. If the documents were in fact and indeed not sealed, which it appears that's the case, and Kat Tenbarge had reason to know those documents were not sealed, but she continued to assert as if it is a fact that the documents were sealed, and Alexa shared them to harm a victim of minor S abuse, I believe that may be defamation. Because of that very specific part that I said, that one clause, that Kat did seemingly have, quote, reason to know the court documents were not sealed. What was that reason to know? That reason was that Alexa tried to tell Kat Tenbarge how to access the public documents, and Kat Tenbarge avoided learning. Avoided it. I'm not interested in that. I would like to continue to say that you shared sealed documents, and so I do not want any information. La 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 la. If Alexa can prove that Kat la 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 in the face of proof that the documents were public, and then she continued to still go out and say the documents were sealed, the documents were sealed, that actually might be defamatory. And the reason is because I know from y'all in the chat, it did harm Alexa's reputation. Y'all are saying in the chat, this very live chat, all the ones, all the twos, that you don't even like Alexa anymore because she attacks victims. She shares private information of victims. Now, some of y'all don't like her for other reasons. You're allowed to your reasons. You're even allowed to that reason. I mean, you're allowed. But if the reason that you formed that opinion had a whole lot to do with Kat Tenbarge and or Adam McIntyre, who's not named in this suit, so I don't know why, that could be defamatory, y'all. That could be defamatory. Now, I'm not on the jury. I won't be on the jury. I don't live over there to even be on the jury, and I wasn't there. I don't know if what of this stuff is true or not true. But if it is true that Kat Tenbarge on purpose avoided learning that the documents were in fact public so that she could still keep saying, la, 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 she shared public documents, private documents, they were private, la, 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 nope, not public, la, 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 they were private, nope, sealed, nope, you hurt victims. That is pretty clear cut. That's pretty clear cut. And that's the only thing you need. Now, Alexa keeps making other points. What was it, like facilitating the violation of a restraining order, right? But that's not really what is the cause of action. The cause of action is defamation. Saying a false statement as if it is a fact, in this case, repeatedly. Saying a false statement, again, I don't know if it's false or not. I wasn't there, okay? But it appears to me from the information we have that these are public documents. I don't think a lawyer, who knows, but this one's pretty credible and reputable as far as I know. He wins. This is one of the ones you hire because they win. It's the same exact type of crap they tried to do to me. And that is why, in some ways, and I'm being fully transparent with y'all, I support Alexa. Because I'm kind of like more in that camp of like, I'm not NBC. I'm not NBC. I'm a small independent creator, and I've had these like swarms of people who I believe were either sent in, compromised, or sent in paid as a job to become close to me, to then go and try and give information about me to my ops, and all this stuff. So in that way, I kind of got to side with Alexa because it was like the big bad industry, NBC, which was kind of ganging up on her. Now, on the other hand, she also was featured prominently in the mainstream media in the documentary, and they gave her a good from what I remember, a good, edit and a good moment. So, I mean, that could go both ways. But it is a very similar smear campaign. With Alexa, unfortunately for her, it appeared to work. She got off the internet for a year, and now she's having to do a lawsuit. I'm just a little bit too freaking belligerent. It's going to have to take a hell of a lot more than that, buddy. Baby girls, baby boys. Okay? And it's not a invitation, okay? Because I will call the police. And I keep getting up swinging. Fall down 7 times, get up 8, bitch. I ain't going nowhere. I think they might have learned it. And I ain't going to lose either. Huh? And just as soon as I got my money right, wait till I get my money right. Because I'm about to be filing Alexa NIKOLAS lawsuits. Because it's one thing to say your opinion, and it's another thing to lie. Woo, girl, you better be happy I don't have a lot of money. Okay. Because if I did, I would be getting private investigators to find IP addresses and suing the shit out of these online accounts. Because I have been harassed, stalked, bullied, and lied about. This is not opinions. It's lies. So, wait till I get my money. Do. Also similar how thank you for the $4.99. Another independent creator talked about your makeup brush. Exactly. They just turn on you for no reason and then they lie. See if she said my name in the past 2 months. Bitch, I said your name 3 freaking weeks ago. Stupid. God didn't tell you that one? Thank you for the $4.99. So do y'all want me to redirect y'all over to Alexa's? I mean, it doesn't start for 15 minutes. I'll redirect y'all to Alexa's live because, I mean, she's the plaintiff in the case. I would say that whatever she has to say about it is more, directly related to it than what I have to say about it because she's like the plaintiff. But that being said, a minute ago, I said that I sided with Alexa because I have on that one aspect of kind of feeling this orchestrated smear campaign with the fake accounts and the people making fake claims about you in court and just terrorizing you and harassing. So that say no more. But on the other hand, I can sympathize with Kat and I kind of feel like certain type of way about, suing people for news reporting or saying their opinions. But here's the thing, and I don't know because I didn't see all the evidence and stuff yet. But if Alexa is telling the truth, basically, even for the most part in her lawsuit, then Kat Tenbarge wasn't just saying her opinion. She was saying stuff that wasn't true and saying it as if it was a fact and saying it with under the cover of being an NBC News reporter. So at some point, shouldn't you be able to sue people for lying? And again, y'all, I keep going back and forth. I'm telling you, I'm not strongly on one side or the other because I just frankly don't have enough information. I had a little bit of prior experience with all these people and all of them have been pretty much nice to me. None of these people have lied about me as of yet. I hope that doesn't start. I hope that doesn't start. I want to be fair. I want to be, to the extent that I can, unbiased. I think that Alexa has a very strong case if what she's saying in her lawsuit is true. Now, Lima filed lawsuit against me that looked really bad, looked really damning, made me look bad. But that's because it was full of lies. So you can make anything up and make somebody look bad. So again, y'all, hold out your judgment one way or another and try, and I try this too, to put aside your personal thoughts, your personal opinions about the people in the story, and just look at the facts. Do we want to live in a place where public records are just not public, where public records, people are scared to talk about public records, where the victim didn't even ever, never once, ask yourself this, you want to live somewhere where even the victim didn't ask for anything to be sealed, but everyone's just doing this weird public shaming about talking about a public record? I don't want to live somewhere like that. I want to live where public records are public. If you get the people involved, if you get the state involved, if you get criminal courts involved, there's a First Amendment right to the public to be able to talk about these documents. And y'all, I'm not saying putting out the victim's picture and date of birth and name. That stuff's redacted. That's redacted. Don't you think we should live in a world where people are free to talk about court cases, especially of extreme public importance and concern, especially where the victim herself didn't ever even try, even since a year ago when this stuff started popping off, never tried to seal anything? I don't want to live there. Okay. I want to live where we can talk about public stuff. Cat Tenbarge should be able to talk about public stuff. Adam McIntyre should be able to talk about public stuff. This isn't, oh, only one person. No. But that means also Alexa NIKOLAS, even if you don't like her. That means also Adam McIntyre, even if you don't like him. Okay? That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Leave feels with emo. And you could have opinions and stuff, y'all. But when you start putting stuff as if it's a fact and you're like, she shared sealed court records. She's violating and re-victimizing a victim. And all the while, this woman has an active restraining order that has been reaffirmed by an appeals court. And you're kind of like, with the stalker. Girl, I don't know. Again, y'all, I still stand by what I said. Cat Tenbarge, to my understanding, maybe I'm wrong. I will change my statement if I'm wrong. She had the right to discuss the case off the record, on the record, whatever, privately with this so-called alleged stalker. Unless there's something I'm just completely missing. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert on this. But I don't really think it's like the worst thing in the world that Cat would have went and talked to this person. It is a part of finding the truth, is talking to all these people, talking to the Eat Predators former volunteers. But then there's more steps than just talking to them and repeating it. It's like you gotta compare all the versions and you gotta put all the different versions out and rely on facts. Like, you can't just say that people shared sealed court documents if the court documents weren't sealed. I mean, I guess you can say it. People do, but okay. So I have y'all redirecting to Alexa's video, this one right here. She's going to be going live in 8 minutes. So if y'all want to go over there, let her know I sent you. Please, y'all, can we please, with this particular one, can we especially please try to be a little bit civil? Because like a lot of this is like overlapping audience. I know there's a lot of people in here who are genuinely Adam McIntyre viewers, Alexa NIKOLAS viewers. Some of y'all might be Cat Tenbarge fans or whatever. Let's just try, and I know it's going to be real hard. That's why it's going to be like, a challenge here. But let's just try to just look at the facts. Let's try. I'm going to try with, I know I spent a lot of this video talking about like bias and stuff. And that was just for transparency really, but I am trying to be fair. I'm going kind of out of my way to make sure I'm giving everybody benefit of the doubt, all sides, good faith, all sides. So I am usually like a little like, jokey, catty, hee, like I'm talking about Diddy or Mark Agnifilo, but like usually I don't know the people and have never met the people. So it does kind of create a little wrinkle. And that's a big reason why I don't do a lot of interviews. I don't do a lot of collabs, because like once you have a personal contact, or like you've had a personal contact with someone, like whether it be just at a rally in passing or whatever, it's kind of like, it kind of does a little change up, or whatever. Especially too, whenever it's like other fellow like YouTubers or content creators, because like who knows when we're going to be at the same place again. But I do think I should be allowed to, and I am absolutely allowed to, and have the right to talk about my opinions on it, even with being fair. So I would invite y'all to consider doing that as well. And And if you don't do that, then it's not my fault. Okay. So don't go over there anywhere on the account of me and say anything mean and nasty or even really honestly nice, except, you know, if you go to Alexis after this, you can let her know I sent you. If you want to show her support, you should do that. If you don't want to show her support, just don't. I don't want any nasty messages. Okay. And that goes the same for Adam. That goes the same for Kat. Please don't go over there based on anything I said and be mean. Okay. For many reasons. Okay. So, yeah, I'm interested and excited and looking forward to seeing how this goes because just like I just said, I'm also anytime one of these lawsuits happen, there's like especially in federal court, there's like a precedent that's being set. And there's like a brand new area of law. Social media commentator defamation. Like how long has this body of law even existed? Maybe 10 years. So, very interesting, very important, very exciting movements. I've been on here 4 hours. If you found the stream to be helpful, you can donate to my legal fund. I'm defending myself against a bullshit, frivolous lawsuit myself. She lost 3 times and appealed now. So I have to go to federal appeals court and argue this same bullshit lawsuit again. So if you found this to be helpful, I would appreciate donation to the legal fund or just share the video, like the video. I know not everybody can donate. And I'll probably, I don't know if I'll be in the live chat over here, but I will be watching this. I don't know if I'll be watching it live. It just depends. I gotta like check my email, my text messages and stuff. I've been on here for 4 hours, but her video starts in 4 minutes. So I'm going to send y'all over there and, I'll see you later. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I do not know. I was not there. Love you, Minnie K. Bye.